Okay, I'd like to start the meeting for the City of Marina, our regular city council meeting for Tuesday, October 18th, 2022. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Present.
Councilmember Burnett,
Here.
Councilmember Berkeley, Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Here.
Mayor Delgado. We have our quorum.
Okay, great. So Heidi, as our city attorney, is there any changes to the closed session agenda?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. No, there are no changes to the closed session agenda.
Okay, so we will now go to closed session and come back at 6:30. Thank you, everyone. regular council meeting of October 18th, 2022, and we are coming back from our closed session. We have an established quorum at the beginning of the meeting, and so we need a report from our city attorney on any of the closed session items. Heidi, if you wouldn't do the honors.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, members of the public. The council met tonight in closed session under for labor negotiations with the various units, the Marina Employee Association, the Professional Firefighters Association, Public Safety Managers Association, Marina Middle Manager Association, and various directors. As to these labor negotiation items, a staff provided an update, was given direction, but there was no reportable action taken. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go on to special presentations. And Lane, before our guests do the presentation, would you like to give a little bit of a summary of what this presentation is about?
Need to do the pledge.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's what happens when I'm new to presiding officer roles. So could we have someone to volunteer to do the pledge after a moment of silence, please?
I'm happy to do it, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, Christina.
Okay, please stand if you are able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and with justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Medina Dirksen. So now we're going to go back to our special presentations. And Lane, could you just give a little background on Save the Whales?
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem, Save the Wells. The name is a little misleading. This is the group that handles all of our stormwater and our stormwater permits. They've been with us for several years, and so their presentation is going to be an update on this year requirements that they have to do under the stormwater permit program.
Thank you very much. And Matt, if you, I guess they're already over here, but we have from Save Our Wells, we have Maris Seidenstecker and Doug Dowden will be doing a presentation for us. So go ahead when you're ready.
All right. So my name is Maris, and I do most of the boots on the ground outreach in Marina. We do a lot of school outreach, and this year we had a little bit more of a normal year after all the COVID regulations, and we were able to get back into classrooms with COVID, wearing masks and everything, and present in classroom presentations, which was wonderful. We were able to reach almost 450 students this year. So in addition to that, we do a lot of media outreach, movie ad, radio, print ads, and a very popular dog pet contest, which invites residents to submit photos of their dogs and tell us what they're doing to prevent pet waste from going into the waterways of Marina. In addition, these are our winners that were this year. Luna and Romeo were the two dog winners, and people really enjoy this. And it's a fun way to engage the public about a topic that may not be at everyone's table all the time. Pet waste is a big issue. So in addition to that, we do a lot of litter cleanups and we do business outreach into the community, specifically restaurants, about how you can prevent water pollution from washing up mats and things like that in the community. So that is my really quick down and dirty synopsis. I was going to let Doug go next. And at the very end, Edry was going to play a little video that we shot doing a litter cleanup with our wonderful college volunteers over at CSUMB. We would not be able to do the work we do without our amazing student volunteers. And it's a way to recognize them. And I would love to get it on the city website if you all approve. So,
It's about 45 seconds. I could play it right now, if that's okay.
fine with me if we have.
Alright, so let's. I'm going to make sure first that I got audio for it. Here we go.
Hi everyone, my name's Amber Cordova. I'm here with Save the Whales. We're doing a cleanup here in Marina, California, and we're trying to keep pollution out of our waterways. We've got a lot of trash, and hopefully in a couple minutes it should all be cleaned up. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, everybody, how many pounds of trash did we pick up today? 35! Woo! Go save the whales!
Post that onto the city website.
And what we wanted to know is if you would like your logo in it, we can go in and edit and do anything to the video. But
Yeah, I think we need council approval to put a city logo in a video.
okay. All right. So should we have Doug up next?
So
Yeah,
Doug, I'll go to
Go
the
ahead.
work plan for 2022-23. If you wouldn't
Okay.
mind starting
Yeah,
there.
that would be great.
Second. There you go.
So in addition to all the outreach, we work on various permits, including the trash policy, keep us up to date, keep us moving forward, ensuring that we're compliant with that, because that is another permit that doesn't end. We conduct our annual staff training, make sure everybody's up to speed with what they need to do, appropriate BMPs. Documentation is key on all this. Of course, as Mara said, public education outreach, and there's great volunteers on the public participation and involvement. Then we get into the post-construction requirements. Central Coast, like all regions, have their own version. And it's the PCRs, and it's basically every new development has to capture 100% of stormwater in Marina. And so we keep track of those projects, make sure they submit their annual reports, document it for the state, submit those annual reports. We also have the pollutant load estimation model we work with Second Nature on. It's a permit requirement, and it's a theoretical modeling that shows you how much pollutant load you're removing with the treatment, the perk lots. Then in addition, we do the program effectiveness assessment, do an assessment of all the different BMPs, all 6 minimum control measures, and see where we, gauge where we need to do improvements. Part of that includes our pond survey that we've been doing the last couple of years, which is really to document that no stormwater leaves the city of Marina and enters the waters of the US. And so far, although we're in a drought, it reflects 100% capture with more than enough capacity to handle more volume of rain, which is great towards getting to a WDR, a reduced permit, which is really what the city, because of its unique demographics and really no US waterway, would be something we've been working towards for years. So the continuing contract, Edred, do you want me to go with that?
Yeah, go ahead, keep going.
So workloads always keep increasing, but we try and watch our budget as much as possible. We bounce things around every other year in some project tasks. just to make sure we hit them all every other year, so we're in compliance. So we're going to continue with the water quality monitoring pond survey work to this next year to demonstrate that no water leaves the city of Marina into a US waterway, as our goal to get to a WDR, which is a reduced permit. Here's where we're at in the project milestones. We went to an individual permit in 2013. Then, of course, the state added more permit requirements, the industrial general permit, the trash plan in 2018. Public art programs are a huge success, as Maris talked about. Building codes, policies with the California Green Building Codes were added in 2020. We're well under our way to a path to a WDR with the pond survey. The new construction general permit that should come out and be finalized sometime the end of this year / middle of next year has what they call notice of non-applicability. So construction projects completely disconnected from any waterway could apply and get out of having any of the permits. They still have to implement their BMPs, but it's all the reporting, document, and all the expensive stuff that really, other than showing you're doing the work, adds no benefit to the environment. So I think we're well on our way to a WDR. Thank you.
Right. All this program information, there's a lot more to this. We're going to have to actually, we truncated this presentation, but we will have the full entire presentation on the city website for anyone who would like to get further information on what we accomplished this year and what we're planning to do the following year. So we're open to any questions from the council.
Thank you, Edri. And I want to say thanks so much to Save the Whales. We obviously are very pleased with all the work you've done. And I think it's been several cycles now that you have been our contracted. How many, Edri, is that they have been with us?
Since 2013.
Yeah, that's a long time. So obviously we're very pleased. And from your reporting, it's amazing all that you're able to accomplish. And this item is on our consent agenda to renew your agreement. And that would be 8G3 for those in the audience that want to just see that, but it's on our consent agenda today. Is there anyone else on the council who would like to give comments about this presentation? Don't see any hands. So thank you very much, Maris and Doug, for your presentation. Thank you, Edri. So let's go on then to our next agenda item, which is special announcements and communications from the floor. And this is for anyone in the public who wishes to give an announcement of special events or meetings of interest or information to the council and the public. And if you have a question, we'll try to briefly answer that or to refer you to another staff member that can answer more in detail. Please try to confine your comments to a maximum of 4 minutes. And of course, if you can get your point across in less, we'd really appreciate that as well. And this is items that are not on today's agenda. So why don't we open public comments then, general public comments? And please raise your hand, and then Matt Mogeson will be bringing you on.
Our first speaker is Mr. and Mrs. Dillon. Please unmute yourself.
Hi. Are we? I just want to say hi to everybody there on the council. I can't see you right now, but I just want to say hi. And I'm wondering about the street sweeper that has been missing for maybe half a year or more. It's getting pretty dangerous out there. People are complaining, bike riders. There's quite a bit of sand buildup. There's trash everywhere. And of course, I guess eventually, until it's all captured, a lot of that's going to be running out into the ocean, I guess. I did call the city about it, and they said they don't have one right now. We haven't had one for a significant amount of time. And I'm wondering, when are we going to get a street sweeper? There was a street sweeper seen up on Upper Carmel, past where all the construction is going. They've never made it down to the city proper. So just wondering what's going on with the street sweeper. I think it's pretty important. Streets are getting filled with trash and sand. And I'm done, unless my husband wants to use the remaining time, if that's okay.
Yeah. So I have another issue, which is the road repair on Carmel, specifically from Crescent to Del Monte. Since I drive that road almost every day, when it gets rainy or wet, the road markers are like non-existent down there. The road's in terrible repair, and I know we've always had budget issues with road repair in Marina, but I'm just wondering where that one is on the estimated repair scheme. I mean, it's a major artery going through Marina, and it's just sad. As long as we've been here in Marina, since we've been here in Marina for many, many years, that road is still not repaired down there. Given all the new housing that's going in, I think it's just bad, given the look of Marina with roads in such disrepair. Anyway, I'm just wondering about that, and if you have any comments on that. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Dillon. Is the street, you said Crescent to which street?
Yeah, it's Carmel. It's Carmel Street.
Carmel.
From Crescent to Del Monte. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, great. And we will answer your questions after all of the comment from the public has occurred. So turn it back to Matt.
Our next speaker is Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, members of the council. In 1995, the California legislature found card rooms to be so controversial that since that time, they enacted a moratorium on certain expansion of card rooms and required any action to go directly before the voters. The moratorium has been in place ever since. In the recent legislative session, the committee failed to advance the extension of the moratorium into 2023, and through a tie vote, the extension of the moratorium is now set to expire. Segments of the card room casino industry oppose expansion of card rooms, but perhaps more importantly, California tribal communities unanimously oppose the expansion of card rooms in cities like Marina as well. And these are two groups that rarely agree on matters. The card room industry seems ready to pounce on small, under-resourced cities, and I hope Marina is not subjected to that without careful consideration. The city's proposal to reduce the buffer zone to a mere 150 feet so that the proposed casino card room can be located adjacent to Marina High School is extremely concerning. 150 feet is nearly meaningless, and most legislative sensitive receptor buffers of this kind of activity would be in the 500 to 1,000 foot range. Although I'm interested in hearing about any possible benefits an additional card room might bring to Marina, I'd remind the council and city staff of the extremely controversial nature of this action, an action that might be better brought directly to the voters in the spirit of the moratorium that has existed over the last 30 years. State Senator Dodd, a Democrat out of Napa, recently said, ending the moratorium would not lead to a rampant expansion of new card rooms, and added that it can take 3 to 5 years to establish a new card room. Quote, nobody in their right mind, end quote, would initiate that process now, given where the legislature stands on this issue. It seems Mr. Dodd's never been to Marina. It should be noted that despite spending an unprecedented $441 million on Props 26 and 27, both seemed poised to possibly fail as California voters look to solidly defeat the expansion of gambling, fearing communities of color and disadvantaged communities will be unjustly impacted. There are only about 84 licensed card rooms in the entire state, and Marina was once home to 2 of them. If you've never been to one, I highly encourage each of you to pay a visit. The people of Marina have spoken pretty loudly over the decades, writing a comprehensive card room ordinance that had the effect of limiting card room expansion. The people of Marina spoke very loudly in opposing Monterey Downs, and I currently am hearing the people of Marina speaking very loudly against any expansion of card rooms in Marina. Please listen to your constituents and consider taking any card room expansion items directly to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for that very detailed history and information about card rooms. And I believe that it will be on our agenda sometime in December. So tune in at that time. Matt, I turn it back to you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Amadeo.
May I begin?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was hoping the mayor would be there, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, as the comments I make are regarding the Brown Act, which I have witnessed twice now, the mayor violating in discussing something in connection with the current item on the agenda that was actually not agendized. The first was the operating agreement for Chaparral Country. And what the mayor and in fact, Councilmember Christina Medina talked about were underlying documents in which we received the property through the Lands to Parks program. That was not on the agenda. The operating agreement was for the mayor and any council member to be taking it back to a different agenda item at a different meeting was not only inappropriate, it was a violation of the Brown Act. The other item where that happened was the amended tentative map for the Dunes phases 2 and 3 at the last meeting. What the mayor chose to talk about was tree removal. That was not on the agenda. The tree removal permit had been approved by the Planning Commission and was not being appealed by the developer. So it was not on the agenda. When something is not on the agenda, it is not up for discussion. The mayor, in his final comments, said the reason for talking about tree removal, or actually not removing trees, was because he said it was the last bite of the apple, when in fact there was no apple to bite. It is my suggestion that staff, to ensure that Brown Act is not violated again, that the council actually receive Brown Act training so they understand the limitations of what they can do, not just what the public can do. It's unfortunate that this happened. It misleads the public. It also wastes the public time at a meeting. And I hope that that will be considered by staff and by the council. Take advantage of this. There are penalties for violating the Brown Act, and that needs to be also remembered. And it's unfortunate because I know the mayor knows better. He's been the mayor for a long time, and he frequently stops the public from speaking to something not on the agenda. Lets them know he's polite, be polite. I also would like to remind the council that in an incident where the mayor you believe is out of order, you may do a point of order. Mr. Mayor, you are not speaking to an agenda item. And he has the opportunity to either say your point is well taken or your point is not well taken. If he says your point is not well taken and you believe that he in fact is violating the Brown Act, you may appeal to the entire council. And on a 3-2 vote, 3 in favor of your appeal, he is overruled. And I would like the council to consider that when the mayor's actions are inappropriate, because every time is spent on something not on the agenda, it takes away from the public. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Nancy. And maybe we'll have Heidi comment on some of the question of training that you brought up. Thank you very much. And Matt?
Next speaker is Lisbeth Visser.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I am Lisbeth Visser, Chair of Citizens for Just Water. Not all residents are aware of the threat to Marina's drinking water. I encourage everyone to learn more at the community forum that the city will be hosting in the Marina Library on Thursday, October 27, from 6 p.m. until 7:30 p.m. Come hear the facts about the KLM's proposed desal project that threatens to contaminate and diminish our water supply. If approved, it will be built on the beach at the CEMEX site, which is an environmentally sensitive habitat area with threatened and endangered species. It will block much needed public access for Marina residents and visitors, which can be created after CEMEX has restored that site a year from now. For this desal project that will permanently impact the city of Marina and the entire region, KLM needs approval from the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission's hearing will be in Salinas on Thursday, November 17. We need many speakers in Salinas to give 1-minute public comments. We will also have cameras in Marina City Council chambers for residents to give comments in our own town. A third option would be to give comments via Zoom. All speakers will need to register with the Coastal Commission, and we can help you with that. Please attend this community forum to hear how individuals and established groups can register to give public comments and how everyone can email written comments to the Coastal Commission to oppose this project. You can also visit our booth at the farmers market every Sunday between 10 and 2. We can be reached by phone at 408-569-2491 or email justwater93933@gmail.com. And please check out our website, citizensforjustwater.org. We hope to see many of you at the city's community forum in the Marina Library on Thursday, October 27 at 6 p.m. And please bring your neighbors. Thank you all very much for the time and for what you're doing.
Thank you very much, Lisbeth, for communicating what Citizens for Just Water is doing to help the city of Marina and MCWD fight for our water and our shores. Let's see, Matt, we have one more, looks like.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Denise Turley.
Hi.
Hi.
Anyway, I enjoyed the ladies at the booth talking about the item that was Fisher just mentioned. And I hope that since it's such an important agenda item to the city of Marina, that anytime there's an update, yes, I'm already on the email list, but that it be mentioned at the meeting. And as far as mentioning at the meeting, and we're already voting soon, I saw Kathy's Yes on W sticker on her jacket and was wondering if Lane or Kathy or someone, Mayor Pro Tem, someone wanted to say a few words about what measure, what the measure is and what's important about it. And I'm going to give back 2.5 minutes. Woohoo! Bye.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you so much, Denise. And Matt, could you take a stab at being able to assign the questions to the appropriate staff?
Certainly, or Lane might want to jump in on the first one.
I can jump in. I think really answer most of them. The Dylan's question about the street sweeper, we had an employee retire, and so we're in the process of getting other employees certified to be able to operate it. And so it has been down a few months. We have been working on trying to hire some firms that have street sweeping in, but we should be operational again in the very near future. And so we apologize that those streets haven't been done, but we're working on that. As far as the road condition between Carmel and Crescent and Del Monte, you can contact Brian McMinn, our Public Works Director. Go to the city website, and he can give you a schedule on street repairs, or maybe Brian already has that on top of his mind.
No, I don't have it on top of my mind because it's in a complex system of analyzing all of our streets to prioritize our maintenance efforts. So, but the answer is out there.
So just reach out to Brian, and he's happy to provide that answer. I think Brian McCarthy just had some information about card rooms. Nancy Amadeo talked about the Brown Act, but again, that's not listed on the agenda, so it's not appropriate for us to talk about Brown Act. And then Denise, again, her question on Yes on W, that's not a scheduled item on the agenda. We shouldn't be commenting on that either. I think that addresses the questions that were asked.
I think one of the questions was, does council have training on the Brown Act?
Council has been provided training. New council members are provided training, and we are going to be scheduling some meetings with the council in the future to talk about some of these issues. And so that will be discussed in the in the future, in the near future.
Great, thank you so much, Lane. And now we can go to the council. If you have any announcements or information for the public, now's your time. I see Christina Medina Dirksen, Councilwoman. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry. I wanted to, a constituent had a question and he wasn't able to get in through the calling in. May I present his question?
Sure, I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, there was a problem with the web ID, just so that we know. Anyway, the question has to do with the pump track. It appeared that work had come to a standstill, and he's very interested in being part of next steps, grand opening. I've been in touch with him. So his question is to Brian, if you could address what is going on with the pump track. It has been paved. However, there's not been a whole lot of activity since. So what's the holdup, and is there a timeline? This is Chris Partita.
Yes, council member. So the holdup was a delay in getting the wall features delivered. So the pump track was probably good 80–90% paved. We did not want to pave that last little stretch that abuts the wall features because we wanted a smooth transition to those. The wall features are on site and being installed, and then the final paving will occur, and we're looking at wrapping up the pump track in November with the grand opening planning ongoing. And so if there's people that want to be involved in that, they can reach out to Public Works at 831-884-1212. And Michelle Maury is coordinating and getting all the people that want to be involved in that kind of on the agenda and coming up with a program for that.
Thank you. I'm very much interested in that too. So I'll pass that on to Mr. Partita. Thank you, Mr. Partita, for sending me a message. I do have another questions, but it's going to have to do with our check registry. So not quite yet. So announcements, no other announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Medina Dirksen. Councilman David Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to thank Brian McCarthy for bringing to the attention of this council the current state of affairs, the history on card rooms. And I want to encourage members of the public to continue to write to this council their opinions and ideas about whether or not it's a good idea, what's being talked about. So continue to write to us and present us with your information. It's been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Burnett. Let's see, and Councilwoman Berkeley has just joined us, and she has her hand up.
I was just letting you know that I have joined, and I'm happy to be here this evening.
Great. Okay, I think that if there's no other comments, we will officially close the public comment session. And
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, who is that?
Christina,
Yes.
Councilmember Dirksen. If I can, I wanted to just let you all know that I did attend today a social media do's and don'ts Brown Act forum. So I do have some information that is the latest information, some latest case law about what we can and can't do, and I could provide that to anybody, including Nancy Amadeo. So I'm quite aware of new rules relating to social media, who can comment, what we can say. So thank you.
Okay, we'll close public comment officially again. Thank you. I missed your hand. Okay, so let's go on to the next agenda item, which it relates to the consent agenda for the former Marina Redevelopment Agency, and we have nothing on that. So let's go to item number 8, our consent agenda. And for the public, you may ask questions or give brief comments about anything on the consent agenda. And if it involves more detail or more discussion, then you can ask to have it pulled. And then it will be placed at the end of the agenda for today or whenever we get to that particular place in the current agenda. And council may also do the same. And I think that's pretty much it for the consent agenda. They're generally considered routine items or non-controversial items. And often we approve the consent agenda as one with the different items attached to it. So at this point, why don't we go to the public and see if anyone has any comments, brief comments about the consent agenda or questions? And Matt, would you do the honors again?
Brian McCarthy has his hand raised. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would encourage you to pull 8G1, which is the bird agreement. That certainly was very controversial the last time it came to the city. I'm fully in favor of it, but I do have some comments, and I think it's worthy of some discussion. And then I have some brief comments about 8G3, which is the Save the Whales agreement. Again, in favor of this item. Just to kind of echo some of the comments that were made earlier about the street sweeper, and I'm glad the city manager addressed those. That street sweeper is a very important part of our stormwater management program. It keeps storm drains not only clean and functioning and working properly and preventing flooding, but it also keeps harmful pollutants out of the drains. And so I hope that we can get that program kind of back in place. And then the last thing I want to say is, as part of the stormwater management, as you know, our vernal ponds act as stormwater collectors. And in April, I know there was $100,000 dedicated to kind of studying the health of Lock Patten in particular. And so I'm hoping that we can kind of refocus on some of that and our vernal ponds and the effects that stormwater has on that. Really, it should be save the aquifer, not save the whales in Marina, because unlike our neighboring cities, our stormwater goes into our aquifer versus the ocean. So those are just my comments. Again, supportive of both items, but I do recommend pulling 8G1 and then just providing those comments on 8G3.
Okay, so we can pull 8G1 to 11D. That would be at the end of today's agenda. Any other comments from the public about the consent agenda?
Denise Turley has raised her hand. Go ahead, Denise.
On my copy of the agenda, and it is new, actually, Brown Act discussion, Brown Act in that teleconference meetings are actually listed. And my comment is on the bird contract about the scooters. And I'm just wondering if anyone wants to comment about once those scooters are in place. We had such terrible problems. Number one, with a previous vendor just putting them and not even going through the city.
Excuse me, Denise, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Brian McCarthy did pull that. So we will have much more extensive conversation about this item. So if you wouldn't mind waiting.
Thank you for that correction, Kathy.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for caring. Thank you. And Matt, I think we're ready for you.
I had a question.
Yes, yeah, go ahead, Les.
Yeah, you just said Brian McCarthy pulled something from the agenda. Brian McCarthy's not a member of the council. Don't get to vote on that. Just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
I think we do. Thank you. Is that correct, Heidi, or no? Can we just pull it when there's a comment?
Your agenda provides that if there's a discussion or a lengthy item, it says that any member of the public or city council can pull the item. So my understanding is that the bird item was pulled and placed under 11D.
Yes, great. And Les, was that the end of your comments?
Unmute him again. I believe so. Go ahead, Les.
Yeah, I just wanted to check. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So seeing no hands then from the public, why don't we go to our council members? And I see Christina Medina Dirksen has her hand raised. Go ahead, Christina.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have just a few questions. F1 has to do with the teleconferencing and public meetings. And since the governor has plans to end the state of emergency, my question is to our city manager. Does that change anything of how we're doing business?
Not right now. His changes aren't in effect until February next year. And there are also other provisions. So we are looking at that, but there's no changes immediately right now.
Thank you. I have another question. G4, we're adopting a resolution. The 21 people in attendance will be happy to know that we have a credit coming for solid waste collection fees. I'd like to know when we can see that on their bills.
Council member, if city council were to approve this tonight, we'd be working with Green Waste to get it into their system for the bill.
I'm sorry, Brian, we could not hear you. So can you repeat the last sentence, please? We lost you completely. I think he's frozen.
Sorry.
Perhaps turn your camera off.
Brian, we're having a hard time and you're now frozen on the video. And someone suggested turning off your video.
Madam Pro Tem,
I turned video off.
Okay, you're still kind of not very audible. So
I come back to him. After.
Yeah. Okay. So
I think what I can say is we're working with our consultant to get that implemented in the system, and it'll be rebated back as soon as possible. So
do we know how much?
I don't know if you can hear me now, but depending on the resident or the commercial business and their subscription level, it's going to be an amount of 1 to 2 months worth of service. And the data has been provided to Green Waste, so they'll put it in their system, and it may take a month or two before that actually appears on the billing as a credit.
Understood perfectly. Thank you for explaining that. My last question has to do with our AP check registry. And I want to give a note to Finance Director. Thank you very much for the new breakdown. If council members and staff hasn't seen it, we do have it as requested by department. Speaking on that notion, I was able to take a look at what our legal representation costs are, $26,000 for August and September. And I want to ask a question without pulling the matter. Is City Manager Laidlong, we're on a trial basis with a contract. How is that working out? Are the numbers adding up? Are they aligning? And I'm noticing a council meeting just for $5,400. What is the difference between that $5,400 and the general representation costs? What's the differences there? I'm just wondering if what we've allocated is sufficient and if it's on track, trending what we anticipated. Thank you.
What I can tell you is that the council has asked us to come back. I think is after a few months of this contract, and I've already talked with the attorney to compile, put a compilation of her costs since she's been serving as city attorney, and so we're going to sit down and review that with the city council and kind of giving an update of the status of that. So we are working on that right now.
Okay, thank you. I lied. One last thing having to do with the PG&E bills. Finance Director Juan Lopez, can you explain to me a little bit about how you said we bought into a program and now we're paying it back? Because every month I'm noticing the high amounts of PG&E bill, and asking the question, he provided a very good understanding of why they're so high.
Sure. I'll ask Brian McMahon if I speak incorrectly on this. Brian, please set me straight. But yeah, we did a retrofit program at least several years ago across the city. And I think the biggest most significant changes we saw were in our actual facilities, not necessarily streetlights so much, but the facilities that where staff occupy space. So as part of that retrofit program, instead of charging us a one-time, six-figure dollar amount, PG&E added a retrofit loan program that got added onto our bill. So over the course of time, we're paying that down. The difference between what our energy bills were and what they are now, the difference between the two goes towards the payment, the pay down of that retrofit loan. So at a certain point, we will sort of break even and pay down that loan, and from there on, we'll experience ongoing savings, essentially from the energy savings that went as part of that retrofit loan program. So it's beneficial for us as a city rather than having to pay sort of a big upfront cost. I don't know the full details regarding the retrofit program as far as what the nitty gritty, energy saving details were. Brian could probably speak to some of the lighting and fixtures. But yeah, that's kind of the overall picture. So you'll see kind of, we should see savings at an increase from that pay down, but over the course of time, it's kind of like solar, right? You install solar and at a certain point, there's a return on that. And that we will experience on one of the major bills. It was about a year. And I think the pay down period for the next one is maybe in the 4 to 5 year range from now. I think the overall program called for a period of 10 years. So the term of your loan could not exceed 10 years when we initially went into the program. I think based on the trend right now, both of those will be paid back faster than 10 years. One of the larger loans certainly will, and the other one is probably going to be in the 3 or 4 year range.
I appreciate that. And then lastly was our tenants. We're getting rebated back for the payments of our energy bills for our tenants. Is that correct? Are we getting?
Oh, yes. Yeah. At the airport. Sorry. Yeah. There are a few buildings out at the airport where we initially paid the utilities and then we seek reimbursement. We send them an invoice. So and then a few of those have actually been transitioned fully over to the tenants. So we'll take a look at that and see how it fluctuated, over the past 6 months. But basically those bills at the airport will be going down on a per building basis, and specific buildings where utilities have been, switched over.
Thank you very much for your work. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for letting me have the floor.
Okay, and let's see, we have Councilmember David Burnett comment on the consent agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move approval of the consent agenda minus the pulled item 8G1.
Second.
By Lisa Berkeley, and let's go for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett.
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yes. Okay, so we do have a unanimous vote with the absence of Mayor Bruce Delgado, so that passes. Let's go to the next item, which is public hearings, and we just have a notation here that the card room item will be continued to December 6, 2022. The next order of business is—
And Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can make a comment on that.
Yes.
We are going to reschedule it for December 6th, but we're going to renotice this hearing as if it's a new hearing, just because it's been continued several times. It was several months ago. We're just going to reschedule it and renotice the meeting, the hearing again.
Okay, great, thank you. But it will still be on December 6th, but the process will be just a little different.
Correct. It'll be on December 6th, and it'll be a regular public hearing.
Okay, great. Okay, and let's go on then to other action items. We'll start with 11A, which is the City Council considering adopting a resolution approving a professional service agreement with Ramey and Associates, or RNA, for the preparation of a comprehensive general plan update, an EIR, which means Environmental Impact Report, and zoning code update in compliance with state law authorize the finance director to make necessary accounting and budgetary entries, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city with RNA, subject to final review by the city attorney. So let's have our staff report on this, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Biala and members of the council and members of the public. I do have a brief PowerPoint presentation on this item. I will attempt to share my screen. And let's see if this will work. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes. You might want to move into slide presentation. There you go.
Yes. Okay. All right. So as many of you know, we did go through a request for proposals process. We did have 3 qualified consultants return submittals to us. We reviewed all 3 submittals and decided that we would interview all of them. We had myself and the community development director, Guido Persicone, was on the review committee, as well as a volunteer, a very highly qualified consultant who he's not under contract with the city, but he did agree to help us on this item, and he helped review and interview all 3 of the qualified consultants. Why did we choose Ramey and Associates? In our estimation, they provided the best submittal. It stood out as the best qualified, was with the most local experience. So Ramey and Associates, Guido, the community development director, has worked with in the past and had a very good experience with them. And then their 2 main subcontractors, Kimley Horn and Rincon, are both well known to the city of Marina and have done lots and lots of work on the peninsula. And I've worked with both Kimley Horn and Rincon extensively in the past, and we have good working relationships with both of them. They're very well-versed in Marina's unique characteristics, and we feel that they will do an excellent job on this effort. Remy was very flexible with us to work on scope and budget, and they're able to meet our specific outreach and engagement needs. That's a very important part of this process, both to ensure that the general plan update is compatible and in compliance with all of the guidelines and requirements, but also to ensure that the public and stakeholders feel that they've been heard through this important process. So the first 4 bullets are the steps in this process that have happened so far. So really that's having to do with the request for proposals and the review and the interviews. And then the bold following timeline is kind of the general schedule that we will follow if this contract is approved by the council tonight. As you can see, and also included in your packet, the full scope of this project and budget analysis are quite lengthy. Outreach meetings, workshops, we will have online and in-person opportunities to participate for the public. We will ramp up social media. There'll be opportunities for the public to complete surveys and provide many, many opportunities for information for the public. We expect to have a first administrative general plan draft early 2024, and then also the first administrative draft environmental report, or EIR, early 2024. And then the public draft of the general plan and EIR spring of 2024. And the expectation of the final EIR in summer 2024 and general plan early fall 2024. And then a targeted zoning ordinance and map updates will follow that for adoption in late 2024. This is a very robust schedule. Part of the reason that Ramey and Associates recommended this robust schedule is because in other jurisdictions, they've found that if things drag out for too long, stakeholders and staff and members of the public kind of get into this meeting fatigue and people will stop participating. So in their professional opinion, they give themselves a very aggressive schedule, and they find that helps keep people engaged. So their proposed budget is 1.75 million. That does include the standard 10% contingency, and that is for the full project, which is the general plan, the associated EIR, and then the zoning code update that will follow. As noted in your staff report, the council authorized the use of $965,000 that is already collected through general plan maintenance fees. Those are collected as part of all building permit applications. So to make up the difference, there will be additional funding needed from the general plan, but we do want to point out that as this process goes through fiscal year 23-24, we will continue collecting revenue from future, coming building permits during that time frame. So we expect to be creating a little bit of the balance through just our standard building permit fees. I do want to make a quick note that the resolution I noticed that got into your packet does show an incorrect budget. So we'll be sure to correct that and get that to the city clerk before anything gets executed, assuming you go in that direction. And then just noting that this contract itself is exempt from environmental review under the CEQA guidelines. Of course, the project being the general plan is certainly subject to environmental review, and we will be expecting to complete a full EIR. And that concludes my staff report. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer questions. Guido is here, and also Troy Reinhalter from Ramey Associates is on the call in case you have any specific questions for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Allison. And for the public, Allison Hunter is one of our newest staff, and she's a senior planner with our community development department under Guido Persicone. I have to get used to pronouncing that. Okay, so let's go to questions, and may I remind everyone that this is for clarifying questions only. We have our second talking area where the council can give our opinions and further comments, but right now it's just important for us to ask questions of the staff so that we all know that we understand the project. So let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a couple of quick questions here. Does the city envision that the project itself would mostly, the public interface to it would be through the Planning Commission, or do you expect that there would be council-led planning meetings to take public input and to conduct the regular meetings? The second question has to do with, I hope that the 1.7 million includes an update to the city's GIS capabilities. I'm a kind of a nerd on planning stuff, and I would really like to see all the hard work documented and available to the community in an easy form that would allow easy access. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
I can answer this, Allison. So on the GIS, absolutely. Remy helped me with the East Palo Alto general plan. We put a provision in that contract that all the GIS layers would be given to the city I've added a similar line into our contract with them to help beef up our GIS program here. We actually do have our first interactive GIS map. It is available off the planning webpage. And we've actually added the police beats. We've added the district, the council districts to that. So we're continually adding to those layers. And then in terms of council, yeah, a good general plan update has frequent and often council inputs. And so we're going to be having a kind of a draft document that you guys can look at. We'll have frequent check-ins, and then we are going to be proposing a general plan advisory committee that the council will appoint members to. And so we're still fleshing that out. But yeah, absolutely, the council will have frequent check-ins on the general plan. So.
Guido, if I could follow-up question. So in the last time we went through this, the Planning Commission was heavily involved with the outreach. And I'm just wondering, do you envision that that is going to be the process going forward, or do you see the council hosting those meetings?
I don't know if we've totally thought that through, but definitely commission will be heavily involved. But at key stages of the project, the council will have an opportunity to just have some check-ins. And then they are public meetings. Council members can go to the GPAC meetings, the community meetings, and obviously Heidi can advise you about how you're supposed to situate yourself and all that in terms of the Brown Act. But absolutely, the council will be involved in that process. So.
Is that it, Councilmember Burnett? Okay, let's go to Councilmember Berkeley.
Thank you. Just a quick question. My understanding is that there's been a lot of work that's already been done on updating the general plan. Is that all being scrapped, and are we starting completely from scratch, or is the work that's already been done going to be capitalized on?
We will utilize it to the extent we can, but there's been a lot of changes to housing laws and just overall planning law in the last 4 or 5 years. So we do have to take into account those changes to state law, but absolutely we will kind of build on some of the amendments that have already been adopted. And we have actually a spreadsheet of some of those changes already. So.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you. That's my only question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen, do you have anything? Nope. So I wanted to ask a couple questions. First, I have to say that I am so completely impressed that we're going to get this done in 2 years. I mean, I had in my mind, just based on things that I've heard on other jurisdictions, like 5 years, and I was really grieving that we need this updated really so badly. Even 3 or 4 years would have been too much. So I'm completely amazed that we can do this in 2 years. Now, at the same time, I know that we are implementing a Cypress Knolls specific plan. And so we had talked about this quite a long time ago, but that they would be sort of in parallel, maybe the general plan, which is an overall plan, and would be proceeding, but the Cypress Knolls general specific plan would kind of be in sync with the things that we're doing with the general plan. Can you address anyone that issue of how we as a city are going to man the two parallel processes? And I assume that there's going to be synergistic relationship between the two. And I think it's a good idea, but I just wanted to know, do we have a concept of how they're going to be working in parallel?
Well,
Yeah,
go ahead. Yeah, both of those are goals of the council, and so they will both be happening concurrently, which they obviously are. So the charrettes are coming together, and those will be in probably November, December.
Wow.
And so both are going to be proceeding forward. I can't tell you how long, what the Cypress Knoll process, what it's going to end up as, but they'll be both concurrent, and both those are goals of the council to move forward.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's see, I think I had another question, but I don't remember them at this point. So anyone else? Councilwoman Berkeley?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was from before.
So seeing none, I wanted to ask if RNA is going to be doing any presentation, Lane?
No.
Okay, all right. So now we're ready to go to, if there's no other comments from the dais, then we're, by our procedures, we will be entertaining a motion. And after the motion, then we go to the public on comments. So can we have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion that we accept the contract as is written in our packet. So moved.
Second.
Do you need me to read it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
This is,
So we approve a professional service agreement with Rami and Associates for the preparation of a comprehensive general plan update, EIR, and zoning code update in compliance with state law. That we authorize the finance director to make necessary accounting and budgetary entries, and we authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city with Rami and Associates, subject to final review by the city attorney.
and I wonder if we need to include the condition with
right.
update in the budget.
And that the professional service agreement is exempt from environmental review per code 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines. Is that what you were referring to?
No, and the update of the budget. I think Allison said we need to correct some numbers in there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, and that to include the update to the budget as Allison had made reference.
Second holds.
Okay, so shall we have a roll call vote, please?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, do we want to have public comment?
Yeah, take the public first.
Okay,
Before you
our procedures, oh, right, before the vote. I'm sorry. You're right. I have to get used to this role here, so this is the first time, so please forgive me. Okay, so let's go to the public, please.
First speaker is Mr. and Mrs. Dillon.
Okay.
Hello. Hey, you're these new general plan, the people are going to be doing the new general plan documentation. Has that already begun, and where is the documentation? Are they updating the Marina general plan in terms of on the website, or who's actually doing that? And is that available to the public as it currently stands? That's my question.
Okay, unlike public comment, Lane, is it appropriate for Allison to or whoever to answer those questions now as opposed to saving them up?
Just save them all up and then we'll answer them at the end.
Okay. So someone help document these questions for me, please.
I'm writing them down.
I'm writing them down. So.
Okay, Matt?
Our next speaker is Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to briefly express my support for the motion, but really also express my support for the planning department, who's really going to have a lot of work ahead of them. And I think this process is likely to be pretty painful. And I would argue that if it's not painful, we're probably not doing it right. And I would also say that I do think that the timeline is super aggressive, but staff that I agree with having an aggressive timeline and trying to stay on track, but I do think this is going to be a really long process, and I hope the community will get engaged, and this is just the beginning. But I do support the motion, and I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Matt?
Next speaker is Jeff Markham.
Yes, thank you. In the spirit of full disclosure, can the volunteer member of the assessment team be identified, please?
I'm sorry, are you talking, who is the assessment team?
I can answer that through the Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
The volunteer who assisted us with review and interviews is Rob Mullane. He's located in Paso Robles. He works as a contract planner and planning consultant. He was not under contract with the city for this purpose.
Okay, thank you. Next person, Matt.
Next speaker is Nancy Amadeo.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Biala. My question, if it was asked, how does this relate? How do you do the two side by side, the general plan and the specific plan for Cypress Knolls? But Cypress Knolls is also in the base reuse plan area. And will this be coordinated with the base reuse plan, even though FORA no longer exists, the base reuse plan does exist. And so I'd like to know how that's being coordinated. Thank you.
Okay, next question or comment?
Yeah, no further hands at this time.
Okay, so let's go back to answering the questions, please. The first one was what, Lane? I forgot.
I can answer. Or Blaine.
Go ahead, Guido.
So the general plan as written now is on the webpage. We did answer that the volunteer was Rob Mullane. And then Lane actually probably is in a better position to speak about the FORA issues, but my understanding is we do not have to make those FORA findings anymore, Lane, is that correct?
Yeah, correct. There's a base reuse master plan that you have to be consistent with that for adopted design guidelines, but they are strictly design guidelines. Those are not enforceable. And those will be guidelines that will be available as we go through that process.
Okay, and there was another question before that. I missed that one.
Those are the only questions.
Sure.
Jeff Markham had his question about wanting to know who
right. There was one before that. And I didn't.
That was Mr. Dillon.
Oh, yeah, he asked about the general plan if it's on the.
So it's on the website, and there's nothing new with the consultant. They're being hired to update a general plan, which is essentially we're going to be putting together a completely new general plan.
Great. Seeing no other hands, correct, Matt? There's no one else. Then we can formally close the public comment. And now we're ready we have a motion on the floor in a second. And so let's go for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yes. So that vote passes unanimously with Mayor Bruce Delgado absent. Okay, so let's go to the next action item, which is B. It's City Council to consider adopting a resolution receiving a presentation on the location, landscape features, and amenities for the placement of the Martin Luther King sculpture donated to the city by the Page family, and approving the advertising and call for bids for the execution of the Martin Luther King Jr. sculpture project. So may we have a staff report, please?
Yes, I'm going to assume that Brian still has problems with the audio, but Bianca Koenig is here and she has a presentation that she'll make. Just as far as background, council has approved the concept plan for this. And so this is the specific details. And so Bianca is going to go through that. And the request is to approve the call for bid so we can move forward with this project, and hopefully we can get a groundbreaking in January.
Very good. So
Here's Bianca.
Brian, you're still, if you're trying to talk, we can't hear you or understand. Okay, Bianca, would you please proceed?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Biala and council members. Excited to provide an update for you today. Let's see if I can get the tech working for us. Can you see my screen?
Very nice. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. This is similar to what is in the agenda packet with one update for the additional information. So I'll take you through the slides. We were last in front of City Council in February of 2022, where Site 1 in front of the library was approved between the Oak Woodland Garden and the entrance to the library and the playground. And at that time, this was a conceptual plan based on limited site information. So since that approval, we had our team go out and make a topographic survey to understand the exact dimensions of the space available. We also went into construction documentation to develop the details for all of these items here, from planting to structural engineering of the sculpture attachment, material selections in regards to sourcing and timeline, grading and drainage, stormwater protection, and we did look at lighting and have a plan for you this evening in regards to that. We also had the Public Works Department provide a preliminary permit review. So following this meeting, we will have a set ready for review by all governing agencies, including building and MCWD. So in front of us is the new updated plan, where we have updated the details for constructability, for maintenance. And in this plan, you can see we have very close to the concept, but we have the existing trees located and are keeping our improvements approximately 20 feet away from the trees. We're tying into the existing concrete near the playground to create our ADA accessible pathway, which takes us into the sculpture area. We have the concrete pavers and then connect to the existing decomposed granite trail. One of the comments we heard in February was the I Have a Dream being repeated the 8 times. It seemed if there was a way to break up that monotony. And so in reviewing this speech, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. does say, I have a dream 8 times, but at times 5 and 7, he says, I have a dream today. So we've added those words to, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've added, I have a dream today, then I have a dream today, in response to the citizen comments we heard, and feel it makes adds to the depth and purpose of this installation. In regards to lighting, we do have 2 pathway lights to provide continuous lighting from the library site to the sculpture area. All lighting will be have a LED lamp type and will be directed towards this area. It's really to create functional light for the ADA accessible path. We also have in-ground uplights to uplight the proposed trees, and it will also cast a little light on the stone wall that is anchors this side of the space. And we have 4 sculpture lights that will be set into the stone base to uplight the sculpture. The original concept had 3 benches, 3 backless benches in this area. We've added backed benches along this side to provide more opportunities for citizens with different needs, and more seating options as well. We also have a 3-stream trash, compost, recycle bin in this location here. And looking at the materials, we looked at them for resilience and adaptability to the climate. The stone material product shown below is sourced out of Hollister, so very local, and was also inspired by the stone that's currently used at the amphitheater at the library. Now, the stone that was used at the amphitheater is no longer available. It was quarried, we think it was quarried from Carmel, but this Hollister granite provides us with something very similar, so we could have that compatibility local, and does provide a very beautiful dry stack look, and can be used both on the wall and on the paving surface as we have in the plans. The pavers are a mix of graphite and different tone grays. The wood on the benches will be an epay. It's a very resilient tropical wood that will weather to a natural gray, and a powder coat finish on the benches and light fixtures. These are the proposed furnishings, not in their exact colors, but representative of the material of the product, but in those colors described. For the plant palette, we're proposing 3 ginkgo trees. The plant palette was reviewed for both symbology, for native and drought tolerance, and also understanding the impact of wind. And in the original fountain, we had a water element to it. And so we were trying to create this sense of movement and sound through plant material because we wouldn't have that water element at this location. So we have Arctostaphylos as a medium shrub. We have some grasses, and the phormium are that wind and sound, as well as the fluttering leaves of the ginkgo tree. And all of the shrubs and ground covers are a low water use. The tree, similar to the nearby Monterey cypress, are medium water plants. So here is the new rendering where we've updated the details to work for constructability, for long-term maintenance and use, and what we have before you this evening. As far as schedule, this is what we can predict. We are here tonight. I know this has been a long-awaited project for the city. We're here tonight on October 18th. We'll be followed with continuing the permit review agency process. And in order to expedite the process, we can do bidding and permitting nearly at the same time, anticipating a groundbreaking in January or February of 2023. And we suspect 4 to 6 months construction with a ribbon cutting looking at end of summer, early fall of next year as our target. So thank you so much for your time this evening. This is my email on the screen, bianca@bekcollective.com. I am grateful for any comments or feedback and happy to answer any questions this evening.
Thank you very much, Bianca. And let's go to questions from the dais. And how about we start with Christina Medina Dirksen, Councilwoman. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Bianca, your voice needs to be interpretive. It's great. I'm wondering a few things. With the lighting, did you say that some of them that's going to be LED and solar was not a possibility is my question. And what will it be its hue? Will it be warm? Will it be at night, dialed down? That's my first question.
Thank you, Councilmember Christina. Yes, the lights will be LED, and we received direction from the city to have the warm temperature, and I have it right here. We are anticipating a 4,000 K color temp on the light, and so a warmer color, and but for the sculpture to be more realistic with that feature, it will be a little bit cooler at 3,000. And we can, typically it's a dawn to dusk controls. We can work on when the light is in use, that can be controlled. And then as far as solar, on public projects, we haven't had success yet. It's getting there, but I can find out more to see what our options are for solar. It is currently not on a solar supply at this time.
I appreciate that, looking into it, because I'm the one always looking at the PG&E bills around here. So I appreciate that. Next question was, any more green features? We went away from the water. Any other features that we can point to as being non-carbon generating, or any other thing that we can, that you've explored or that we can do to minimize our carbon footprint in this project?
Wonderful question. For the materials, one thing we can do is source locally. For the benches, it was a tough call. They do offer another wood product that is domestically sourced in place of the Ipe. However, that wood product, when I received the sample, it was very soft, and I was afraid the city wouldn't be happy with the long-term durability of it. But the Ipe would last much longer and has proven to withstand it's seen around Marina and has been proven to hold up to the elements more so than the domestically sourced ash. That was another option. So that was every decision we looked at closely in evaluating all the priorities and balance of priorities. Another tough decision was the turf. We do plan on a natural turf for that similar reason. Versus artificial turf, which is a petroleum-based product and does have to go to the landfill in about 15 years. So that was another tough decision, but understanding that the library already has an artificial turf area for large gatherings that is heavily used. And we don't see this one being used on a weekly basis, that we are recommending natural turf as the best solution for this location. And also for the irrigation system, we will be meeting the current requirements for water efficiency, flow sensor controls, smart controller, and high efficiency emission emitters.
Do we know if it's recycled water? I'm going to assume that it is.
It's a good question, and unfortunately, we are unable to serve this project with recycled water at this time, as the nearest recycled water is further down the road, and the cost to bring, and Brian McMinn can speak to this more, but the cost to bring the recycled water from where it is now to the library is a very significant project that we did not seem feasible for this particular project at this time. But in further developments at that site, this is just such a small landscape area compared to everything else that's going around it. It will be smaller additional use.
Thank you for exploring that. If we can go back to the benches, I appreciate adding the back to them. I do walk this area frequently, and one of the things when I was thinking about this, reading your report, is there any opportunity to have it a little sheltered on top? Only because knowing that in the mornings we get dew, we get wet, we do get a lot of heavy, I'm thinking of elderly people coming out, being able to sit and reflect for a longer time. Sometimes the elements can be harsh. Had you contemplated, I'll show you what I drew. Oh, I got blur on. I added a little top to it. I don't know. Did you contemplate that at all? And if so, tell me what you did.
So as far as comfort in the space, what we did look at were adding the trees and the shade and the shelter from the trees to add overhead structure. We did not look at that specifically, as that would then result in additional engineering and material and detailing. For this situation, we were leaning on the trees as providing that sense of comfort and shelter.
Okay, just know that they do drip water, lots and lots of water in the morning. Last question, two last questions. Was ginkgo, is that a local tree? Is that a native tree?
The ginkgo is not a native tree. As you know, our native trees are what you'll find here are the oaks and the Monterey cypress typically when you're looking in the tree category, and we have the oak woodland on the one side of the pathway. And so for this area, it's a smaller planting space, and in order to provide contrast, and we were also looking at the symbology, we landed on the ginkgo as a symbol of longevity, peace, and hope, and also the contrast of its deciduous quality against the Monterey cypress that that coloring. So that was the thought process, but I'm welcomed. I would love to hear other suggestions
Well,
or
it's a
comments.
shame our mayor had to work a little late tonight because I think he'd want to weigh on this, ensuring that A, it was not an invasive species, and two, that it would its root systems would take well. Those are going to be the big concerns I think he would have. And then my last one was really something interpretive. So there's nothing, any plaques or any other than on the ground. Is there? Tell me how you bring this to life in another dimension.
So my understanding is we have the sculpture, the bust itself, and then on 4 sides of the plinth holding up the sculpture, we have engraved plaques with speeches. And those are the elements that are currently in place for this plan. And did not see a need to supplement that with additional information, but open to suggestions and comments in regards to additional signage.
Thank you very, very much. I see that our mayor joined us, so he may want to weigh in on the ginkgo trees that are being proposed for the site. Thank you very much for your detailed assessment and answers. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll let you resume as the presiding officer, and I have my hand raised up for a comment.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Why don't you continue leading this issue since I just jumped in the middle of it, and then when it's over, I'll pick up the lead.
Sure.
But to go ahead with your question, and then I'll ask a question. But let's continue under your lead if that's okay for this item.
Sure. I just wanted to make sure that other council people don't have questions right now on this. Mr. Burnett? No? Okay. So I have the question about not only the ginkgo trees, and I love ginkgo trees, but I didn't know how it would, I actually don't know that I even have seen a ginkgo tree in our area. So this would be bringing in a species that really hasn't been used a lot in even landscaping that I've seen. So wanted to talk about that and the natives that you had put on the screen. Just wanted also, to have maybe the mayor as well as the Marina Tree and Garden Club weigh in on it. I wouldn't be able to tell you if those are natives, and I understand that you said that they are drought tolerant and you considered many of the other things. So just wanted to make sure about that. And were you able to consult the Marina folks about that landscape plant palette?
Not directly. I did look on the Marina Tree and Garden Club and the Marina Tree Street Tree lists and found ginkgo on both of those lists.
Really?
So that's where I started. And then as far as the shrub and ornamental grass palette, I have not had discussions with folks prior to this meeting. No.
Okay. Well, that's something that could easily be revised if necessary. So
absolutely.
And I just want to say, I think that the whole project is really beautiful, and I really look forward to having as soon as possible the groundbreaking and the construction begin, because we have, as you said, been waiting a long time. The last time I heard, it was going to be soon, and it was going to be by the end of the year, and it looks like we have another half year or more. Wanted to ask also, could you put up the picture of the memorial?
Yes, let me pull it up here and share screen.
So, where the woman is sitting with the child, I'm not sure what that is there. That space there is right now, it's just completely kind of dried up weeds, and it's very barren. So on that piece, are we doing anything with that, or are we leaving it as is?
This is where we are proposing natural turf. So we are proposing a sod product at installation and irrigation.
Okay, and that will require maintenance, right? Mowing and that kind of stuff. So we don't have anything like that going on in Lockpadden Park, but so that would need to be accounted for. Got it. Okay. I think that is it for me at this point. Thank you. And then let's go to Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kathy, and I'm sorry for being late, everybody. I had an extremely long day on the job, but good to be here. Kathy mentioned the timeline. Why is it delayed? Last time we heard about a month and a half ago or so that it was going to be done in February. What's happened in that month that it's been delayed to July, August?
So looking at the schedule now, we we started the permit process, but we are not finished with the permit process and agency review. And trying to the schedule is based on what we know about the construction process and where we can overlay where we can. I don't know. Yeah, so this is what we know where we are today. We still have to finish the construction permit process and then start bidding, which is why we're here tonight, to get approval to start the bidding process, which does take a specific amount of time, and then groundbreaking and construction.
All right, thank you, Bianca. Maybe I should ask staff. The question was, what's happened, if anything, in the last month and a half for it to be extended for 6 months?
I think it just has taken more time to finalize the plans, find the vendors, the suppliers for the electrical. As she mentioned, working with the other agencies, it has just taken longer to do all that.
And that realization happened in the last 60 days?
Yeah, I think, yeah, but we're hoping to be just, yeah, we would have loved to have been under construction by now. But
So that the new information happened since the last time we were told February?
Yes, I'm trying to remember the last time we updated you, but yes.
We last came to council on February 15th of 2022. So, it's been under design in that process, staff reviews of that. But we're also trying to be a little bit more realistic in setting expectations with the current construction market and lead times on materials. And so, we're bringing this final concept to city council for review and approval at this time, but also approval to call for bids. And I think, what we think is realistic is we can bid, and should the bidding process go smoothly, we should have a contractor in place and be able to break ground on January 16th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and that will commence the construction of the site itself.
Thank you, Brian. I don't want the project rushed either. I want it to be a good project as it is. I was referring to more recent verbal communication. We've got some staff that it would be February. So we were excited about that. And so that's why I was asking my question. If there's new information since the last time we were told, which was about a month and a half ago. All right, moving on to the turf. We all know that Windy Hill Park is a park in Marina where we have a tough time keeping that natural turf in good condition because, well, one reason is because state mandates turn on and off as far as water conservation. And so there have been times where we've had to let Windy Hill Park go brown. And so that might continue in the future as climate gets drier and water gets scarcer. So I realize that throwing the turf away, if it was to be artificial every 15 years, does have an impact on our landfill, and it's not a renewable sort of resource like natural turf. But I wonder if there's been any comparative analysis done to compare the use of resources such as watering and fertilizing for 15 years to keep it green and looking nice, even though it's going to undergo quite a bit of foot traffic compared to the environmental cost of replacing a natural turf every 15 years, and whether there's been a comparative financial contrast made for the two options of natural versus turf, unnatural turf, artificial turf.
Short answer, no. The analysis hasn't been done as far as the long term compared to the two of them. I think it was more on, understanding that artificial turf, it has a life to it, and it has a place where there's high traffic areas, or facilities that use it highly. And this situation, it's not going to be as frequent. There is some hardscape around it, but that analysis hasn't been performed yet.
Okay, I anticipate and I hope it's going to get a lot of high traffic. I mean, it already gets a lot of high traffic, and that's why when you go there now, it's pounded in pretty solid dirt area because of the traffic and because of the dry weather. So I wonder, I guess my next question would follow up with that be, would it be possible before we make a final decision on natural turf versus artificial turf, if we could have some kind of analysis of environmental impact, such as throwing it away every 15 years and having to buy new, both cost and material waste, compared to the cost and resource use of 15 years of watering to keep it nice. Realistically, what it will take to water and keep it nice. Because if it gets pounded into the dirt, starts to look like it does today, if you were to go out there today unirrigated, although it's unirrigated, I think it would be wise for us to understand that, because I think it was used by our consultant Bianca as a reason why artificial turf was not chosen, was because you have to throw it away every 15 years. But if we haven't yet done the comparative analysis, we might not know if it's really better for the environment to go artificial turf versus natural turf. But I will say that I would be concerned about the dogs and other use. If artificial turf gets dirtied or soiled, I'm not really sure how would we keep it clean if we did go artificial turf, Brian.
So yeah, it does need to be cleaned from time to time, due to those factors. At this point, what I would recommend is, we do the analysis, and we include artificial turf as an additive alternate bid item, on the spec for that, and then, trying to keep with the timeline, and then we'll have real hard numbers coming back to City Council with that analysis at the time of recommendation for award.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think natural turf might do better with dogs and other things that might be soiling it, and kids then playing on it after dogs are in the area. And there are a lot of dogs that use this area. So I think natural turf might have its advantages, but it'd be nice to know those pros and cons. And I think, Brian, you've outlined an excellent way, not to slow us down, but to get some comparative info that we don't have tonight. My last question is regarding the plants. It would, I think, be a shame to not use native plants. We have beautiful plants, and I'm wondering if, Bianca, if your team has looked at the corridor design guidelines. I know that has come up tonight, but did your team look through those design guidelines for native species that might be appropriate for this location?
At the four-or design guidelines, I'd have to look at. It's been a long time since I've looked at them. It's been a while, but we can certainly, making this an all-native palette it's a small area, and we're talking ornamental grasses and pollinators, plants. So that would certainly be something that we could, if that's the preference of the city, that we could accomplish 100% native if that is the official direct preference.
Yeah, I think we're always trying to encourage others to go native. And if we don't go native ourselves, it would be hard to tell them, no, we really prefer natives. And they'd say, well, what about this brand new project? You brought in ginkgo. But there are a couple of plants. Have you seen, Bianca, the toyon, which is a native small tree, large shrub? Have you seen the toyon growing down by the amphitheater?
Yes. And so the toyon we typically classify as a large shrub, and so one of the challenges would be if you plant it here, it would be about, this tall, and it would be 10, 20 years before it would achieve the look of the amphitheater, hypothetically. Toyon, or trying to think another one, that would also be, so that would be the challenge. It would have to be sculpted and trained and just be patient. We'd have to have patience for it to achieve the tree
Right.
characteristic.
I think silk tassel is an equivalent species to toyon, and near our Marina High School, there's beautiful examples.
Okay.
Of, 10 to 15 foot tall silk tassels, which are a native shrub to Marina. How large would the ginkgo be when installed?
The ginkgos you can, and I just have a 15-gallon size in the plans right now, and they come, they could easily be anywhere from 6 to 9 feet tall at install, potentially. And you would have that tree-like feel.
Mhm. And how much of a tree feel is there already with those large cypress so close?
That's the challenge too. We have these trees that are very large, 50 to 60 plus 100, maybe 100 even tall. And so by adding a tree behind this wall, by adding a row of trees, you help to create this sense of scale for people and intimacy with this area. So that's what we were trying to achieve by adding a small backdrop of trees in this planter between the trail and the sculpture area.
Do you think that all of the large trees on both sides kind of surrounds this in a big circle? Do you think that the large trees that are existing would afford us in this case the chance to be patient with slower growing natives? Because the people today who go there have spent so much time enjoying these big trees. Do you think this might be a case where patience wouldn't be such a large sacrifice?
That is, I mean, I don't see that being a problem. It's more the voice of what folks are looking for. And if we're looking, what I can do is look at native trees and also look at availability and see what we can find. We may, now that we have this target timeline, we might have another few options for native trees that could achieve these multiple things we want trees to do for us, and also find something that's available and see what size we can get it in, so that we can have a tree that achieves this canopy and shade potential and quality for the backdrop here. Is
Okay,
it 100% toyon, or can we look at other native options that could achieve some of these characteristics we're talking about and be available for planting?
Oh yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I brought up toyon because it's already at the park and it looks so nice. We just had an Eagle Scout ceremony there, and that was the backdrop, and it was the people scale, and it's not that big of a toyon, but I just like to show everyone that we stand behind our urging others to go native by going native when we have the chance. Last question is, if we wanted to grow something quickly, would it be possible to have some slow growing species concurrently with fast growing species, such as the natural willow, the royal willow that grows down by the pond a few hundred yards away? It would need more water than the other plants, but willows are known for growing, as fast as any plant.
Yeah.
And they're very leafy and they are deciduous. And so, you'd have to give it special irrigation, but we're not talking thousands of gallons, just keeping it wet with minimal gallons. And then at some point we could maybe remove those more water loving willows to allow the ones that were slower growing then to take over when they achieve the status that you're looking for at the height.
You said it, the willow, it's a higher water use tree, and its habitat is preferred in the lower areas near water. So it would be a challenge because then we would have to use higher water use plants below it. So if we could keep the tree in the medium to low category, that would help with meeting the water calculations. And I think, as you said, patience. I think if we had a choice, patience versus mixing fast and slow, I think patience would better serve the city in this scenario.
Okay, I love this project. It looks beautiful. I know this is the rendering, but I think you've done a great design job on it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have just a couple of things, comments. I know that we would like to strive for 100% native. And I think in other instances, I remember being on the fora committees and we were really pushing for 80% natives. I don't think we got that, but that was our ideal. And I just want to say that part of the landscaping is artistry, and Bianca, you're an artist, including the hard materials as well as what surrounds it. So I think that it needs to be your decision too, with consultation from people who know species. But I don't want to discount your sense of our artistry in the landscaping. And so I'm wondering if we could still allow that piece where it's 80 or even 90% native, but allow Bianca to be able to express some of her visual preferences as well. And in response to some of the questions about elderly people or other people, being out in the outdoor and having some of the wind and chill and mist and all of that around. When I was visiting the library, I was trying to envision where the MLK statue would be. And there is a very large window, I think, from the library that will overlook this, if I'm not mistaken. So that is an option. I was a little concerned of if we add too much to it, now we're getting away from your design. And so that always is an option. It's a beautiful view. It'll be protected. And maybe we talk to the library folks about, I can't remember what the seating was like, but maybe if we have this, that we have seats facing the sculpture, so we get two places to enjoy and to contemplate the messages of the statues. So those are my two suggestions on this. But let's see, let's go to anyone else on council who wishes to give a comment, or actually it was for questions, but we've gotten a little away from that. Any other questions? Seeing none, let's go to our usual procedure, which is to entertain a motion at this point. And I would like to make a motion then that the City Council adopt a resolution receiving a presentation on the location, landscape features, and amenities for the placement of the Martin Luther King Jr., let's add Jr. in there, sculpture donated to the city by the Page family, and approving the advertising and call for bids for the execution of the Martin Luther King Jr. statue sculpture project, with staff recommendations of a financial comparison of artificial versus natural turf. And I'm going to say and revise the landscape plan to include at least 80% natives.
I'll second.
Is that Christine second? Okay, great.
Yeah, there is some questions though.
Okay, we kind of moved on to questions at this point, but can you ask them again after the public comment? So let's go to the general public comment, right? And the public at this point. Would you raise your hand if you would like to comment on this item?
Excuse me, Mayor Protem, I think at this time we can make brief comments, but what I wanted to do, if you could recognize me because my hand is up.
Oh, okay. I thought we asked questions first and then comments after the public has registered. That was, I think, our current process.
Once there's a motion, then we come back to council for brief comments, then we go to public, and then we come back to council for long comments or short comments.
Oh, I thought we did comments before the motion. Comments.
do.
I mean, questions before the motion, which we
Brief
just
comments
finished.
after the motion.
Okay, all right. So let's do brief comments that we have the motion on the floor now. So did you want to talk, Mayor?
Yeah, just briefly to your motion, Barrington McLean was the original artist and the restorative artist. And I wonder if your motion, or by consensus, if it's not part of the motion, that we could ensure that he gets, updates so that we don't surprise him and he's out of town or something. Do all that we can to offer him the opportunity to join us at our ceremony in July, August.
Okay. The Sarah, and and his name is again?
Barrington McLean.
McLean.
Lane knows him, and I think has spoken to him on several occasions. So
He's the artist, yes, the artist McLean. Be informed of the groundbreaking or the ceremony.
To do all that we can to invite him to the groundbreaking. I'm sorry, the opposite of the groundbreaking, at the end, the ribbon cutting ceremony.
Okay.
If we're going to have a groundbreaking ceremony, it'd be great to let him know. But the ribbon cutting is a little bit more celebratory, and
right.
Just didn't want him to be
okay
asked with a short notice, but with long notice.
Okay, so we'll add that to the motion, and the second by Christina. Do you still hold the second?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I had a question for you, Mayor Pro Tem. When you said, was it 80% or 90%?
I wasn't sure. I could do 90% if that helps you.
It was 80.
It was 80. So yeah, 90% is better, but if you had 3 ginkgos that dominate the site, and then you had 20 little plants or 30 little plants that don't, you might end up with 90%, but you'd be dominated by non-native. So I wasn't sure what you meant by 90 or 80%. Is that the number of individuals or percent cover? What's covering the project? Where were you going with it?
I don't know. The usual standard I've heard is 80% natives, for example, and I don't know what that means, whether that means counting individual plants or do you have a preference?
Well, I think we could explore that. We could, you could look at, there's 8 species on the list, and one of them is ginkgo, but 90% of them are native. And then the ginkgo, 3 or 4 ginkgos could make the whole site look non-native. So there's the number of species that need to be 90%. There's the number of plants, individual plants that are planted would need to be 90%. But there again, if you had little guys who were native and big guys that were non-native, it would look like a non-native landscape. So we need to think a little bit about what we mean so that Bianca understands, the metric we're using for either 80 or 90%. It would seem to me great if we could get 80 to 90% of the cover of the vegetation so that it would the vegetation would be dominated by the presence of 90% cover natives. So I don't know if Bianca has any ideas on how we might be able to do this, the definition. So she was clear where she was headed to meet that metric.
I was going to target 100% was what I was hearing.
Okay. Right. I think that's great because we have literally about 600 native plants to Marina, trees, shrubs, etc. And for us to honor our heritage, this is a wonderful opportunity. We're honoring the heritage culturally. We can honor the heritage environmentally and the non-human species that have been in Marina for thousands of years. It would be a home run. But I don't quibble with your motion, Mayor Pro Tem. I was just wondering how we would know if we met it or not.
Well, I would like to maybe say 90% of cover plants would be natives, just because I know sometimes the natives, we have a memorial that obviously, it's not, it's concrete or not concrete, it's granite and that kind of stuff. So I just want her to be able to say, I need a spot of color somewhere, and our natives may not be that piece right there that really needs to happen in this kind of environment. So it just gives her a little play for, if you think that you don't need that exception, Bianca, or if you feel like maybe you might end up wanting a little bit more color or something unique on the site.
There are certainly natives with color, but it is seasonal because summer is our dry time. So as long as folks are comfortable with the plants looking like they're resting during summer, then we can still get color in other seasons of the year. Yeah, I think my challenge will be the trees, because there's there can be interpretations to that 90%, 80%. I've seen it just simply quantity is how I've seen it calculated before. So 90% of it would be, but 90% of trees and then 90% of the understory calculated as two different categories. So which in turn would make all three would in turn make them all native if we went with that route. And
Bianca,
yes,
Mayor Pro Tem, what I would suggest is, I think what we've heard about the focus on native, and I think the motion is fine. How about if we came back to you with a specific update of our plantings here, and we're gonna, as Bianca said, she's gonna target 100% as much as possible, but still hit the balance. So how about if we just come back to you with that exact plant palette with a focus on those native species? And as Bianca said, we're going to target 100%, but we may want to balance it. And we will definitely be looking at the ginkgo trees and see if there's some alternatives that make sense.
Okay, so we'll just say that the recommendation is to return with a plan for native landscaping.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll give us more of the details. Okay.
And I would say that would look like when we come forward with a recommendation for award, we'll let you know what that was. And if there are any changes, then that would be a change order during the construction contract. Just trying to keep with the schedule of the project.
Okay. So does my second still hold? We'll just change it. We'll eliminate 100%, 90% or whatever, and just come back with a plan for native landscaping, because right now there is none really. So it's a big difference.
The second holds.
Okay, great. Okay, so now we continue with our comments, brief comments from the council people. Any more? Okay, so why don't we go out to public? Public. Okay, I see Grace has already raised her hand. So Grace, why don't you proceed?
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
So I just want to share that Bianca has been very generous in allowing me to share some email messages with her during these past months, given my background as a landscape professional. Yeah, and so I'm going to repeat some questions that have been raised by council here this evening. First, I strongly discourage the use of ginkgo. Ginkgo is a lovely tree, but it needs a denser clay soil than we can provide it with here in Marina. I'm aware of one here in Marina. It's off Beach Road on Fitzpatrick Circle, but it is in a sunken, protected area. The ginkgos here will just get fried by the wind, and they just plain won't get enough water. And I think along with what the mayor has recommended, I would strongly urge you to consider Catalina ironwood. There's a nice sweep of them just on the other side of the railroad tracks up on Del Monte Avenue, and they're a beautiful California native tree. So please don't, I strongly discourage you from doing the ginkgo. I think that the proposed garbage enclosures are rather complicated. It's got a slot for waste, a slot for paper and bottles, and paper, and a slot for bottles and cans. As I understand right now, it's Public Works responsibility for picking up the garbage down at the library and in Lock Padden Park there. I'm not sure, maybe down at the lower parking area for Lock Padden, there's separate recycling bins, but I would talk to the Public Works staff and be sure that they have the labor capacity to actually even be able to be picking up separated trash. I think my biggest concern right now is, well, the ginkgos is a big major concern of mine. is the natural turf. And I appreciate that there's going to be a cost analysis made of it. I really hope you will look that the landscape architect company, that Bianca will take a very close look at Windy Hill and Vince DiMaggio and see that the struggles that Public Works Department have to deal with in managing and maintaining turf. As we look at natural turf, you need to look at the cost of the potable water. I assume there's going to be a separate meter put in place. Right now, I think that there's just one meter, and that the library, Monterey County Free Libraries, pays the water bill down in that area. So I assume there'll be a separate meter. You've got to factor in herbicides to keep that turf looking fabulous. So you're going to have young children sitting on the grass with herbicides. You've got broken spray heads. I think in the past year have contacted Public Works 3 times about broken spray heads at Vince DiMaggio Park. Can you consider subsurface irrigation if you actually are going to do turf? And you have to look at the cost of maintenance. That site is not close by. A truck will have to go to the site, pull out all their tools, and the state of California is trying to move landscape companies away from using power tools. So I really think we have to be giving serious consideration to synthetic turf and not natural turf. Thank you very much for all those 4 minutes.
Okay, is there anyone else?
Our
Matt?
Yes, our next speaker is Mr. and Mrs. Dillon.
Hi. I have some questions for Ms. Koenig. I'm assuming the lights I saw on the picture, the rendering, there is one street light, downward facing light. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you could show us the picture or answer some questions about where the other lights are. I am concerned about light pollution in general in the city, and I'm concerned about light pollution in that area. That it is close to a bit of a marshland over there, and you have the nesting birds and birds who are migrating. So I'm just hoping the lights will be not so bad. I don't know that the drawing had such a good representation of the lights for me to quite understand what they were. And I am concerned about the impact on the animals and not just having, I've never walked through there at night, so I don't know what the quality of the light is there right now at night, but I certainly wouldn't want to add to the stress of the animals that live there right now. So far as the ginkgo tree goes, I can understand why you would want to use it. It's a really pretty tree. It has very lovely fluttery type leaves, so I could see why you would want to use it, but probably it would not. I don't even know that I've seen any in town or any even around. So like everybody's saying, I don't know if it'll grow so well. I know I do like the Marina strawberry tree, but we've probably used that one ad nauseum in the city. So far as like a shelter over the seating, I would say probably no to putting any shelters over that, but appreciate the thoughts for old people like me. I guess that's it. I just would, maybe if I just get a little more clarification on the lighting, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And your husband doesn't want to contribute at this point? Ms. Dillon, your husband was on the last one as well.
No, he's fine.
Great.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. Is there any other comments?
Yes, Nancy Amadeo is next.
Thank you. My comments also relate to the landscaping. I'd like to say what I do appreciate first, and that is the idea of layering plants. So you have the tall trees in the background, the cypress, you have a shorter tree in front of that, you have shrubs below that, and ground cover before that, because that layering to me is much more natural, what you would see. For instance, what we have growing in the oak woodland at the park has many layers of plantings which makes it a really inviting place to be. So I have to say, I appreciate that. I understand the desire to ensure that we have a lot of native plants in there. My biggest concern is over the maintenance of whatever is put in there, because one of the things that has happened in our community is we haven't had the teams, let's put it that way, the maintenance workers who have been able to keep up with the maintenance. Some of it gets contracted out, like our large trees get contracted out. But what's going to happen to the landscaping if there is not the personnel to properly maintain it? Will it work better if it's all natives? Will it work better if it's mostly natives? I also am concerned about the turf. There are other low growing ground cover type plants that you can walk on. And perhaps that is something to consider as opposed to an artificial turf or a natural turf. I don't have any idea. That is not my expertise, but I do know that we need to consider all of the maintenance factors involved in whatever we put in. The other thing that I appreciated about the landscaping plan is it had seasonal color. It had, in the winter, the ginkgo trees might be barren, but they're beautiful even when they're barren. And that's something that needs to be considered as you go forward with picking plants is, do we have only one season of spectacular and the rest of the year, does it look like barren sticks, like the dead of winter back in the Midwest? So I hope that that is considered also when you do the plant selection, that what kind of appearance will it have 9 months out of the year, as opposed to just 3 months out of the year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Is there any other speaker?
Next is Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Two quick comments, lighting and plants. Just in terms of plants, I second the recommendation from Grace to kind of look at the Catalina ironwood or something that's really going to give some scale to the project, which I think most of our quote unquote natives can't provide. I have some Catalina ironwoods in my neighborhood. I think they do need to be kind of pruned and maintained. And so that kind of goes to Nancy's comments as well. But I would be remiss not to kind of acknowledge that this idea of natives really is something that's surprisingly subjective. And so as we use that word and we throw that around, I think we need to keep that in mind. For example, there's a lot of folks that would argue the Monterey cypress is not native to this area, and yet there would be many folks that would say it's absolutely native to the area. So aside from that, though, let's keep in mind non-native is not necessarily the enemy. Invasive certainly is the enemy, but non-native in some cases does have a place. So I just hope we can remember that as we move forward. And then secondly, with the lighting, I've been a big advocate of dark sky compliant lighting. Some of the big premises of dark sky lighting is that you use only the light you need, where you need it, and only how bright you need it. And you eliminate upward directed light to the biggest extent. And I noticed this project has some uplighting. I guess my question would be, what's the purpose of that lighting? This is on park land. Our parks are closed at night, generally. And so I just want to know, is the purpose of the lighting for when people are going to be there? Is it going to encourage people to be there at night? Is it more for security? And will it have a lighting controller that, we can program as we decide that, we may want it to be on at night, or we may not turn off certain lights, turn on certain lights. So those are my comments. I promise they'd be quick, and sorry, they were probably longer than they should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next speaker.
Jeff Markham.
I just wanted to congratulate Ms. Koenig on a job well done. I remember the presentation back in February and where it was then versus where it is now, and all of the public comments that were given and the way they've been incorporated into the design. This is a beautiful design. I very much look forward to seeing it implemented and seeing it in the summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And is there any more?
No further speakers.
Okay. So let's go back to the council and we can have some comments. And I see Mayor Bruce, you have a comment?
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the concept of native. Brian McCarthy is very correct that it's up to the interpretation. And so I think that we've been talking about what's native and what the design guidelines talk about or what's native to Marina. I don't think anyone would say that Monterey cypress or Monterey pine was in Marina prior to 1900 or something like that, or, you know, when Columbus was here. So there's California native, and Grace mentioned the Santa Catalina Island ironwood. It's native to California because the Channel Islands are inside of the political boundaries of California, but nobody would argue that Catalina ironwood is native to Marina or native to the environs of Marina, like Port Ord or Castroville. Yes, Monterey Peninsula, very different climate, different geology, different soil, and the Monterey pines and the Monterey cypress do very well there. They've been there for thousands of years, but they haven't been in Marina. And that we do have about 600 plant species that are native to Marina, have been here for a very long time. So yeah, if you want to go native to California, that's kind of the battle we had with Hilltop Park, because the developers there had a broad interpretation, California natives, which opened it up to 5,000 plants. But here in Marina, if we're going to celebrate and honor and cherish our heritage, I think it's good to first look at what is native to the Marina area. And we have very few trees that are, but I just want to bring that up, that if you want to be native to, you know, 1,000-mile long state, then that opens up the possibilities. So that's where the interpretation of native comes from. But to quibble about whether something is native to Marina or not, you're really going to argue about minute plants that we're really not sure about, like scarlet pimpernel or some other things that sometimes they're considered native, and then science tells us later on that they're non-native. But when we get to things like Monterey pine or Monterey cypress, I don't think any science would suggest that Marina has been native to a lot of trees that are in the Monterey Peninsula area or the Santa Cruz or the Catalina Island areas. Thank you.
Anyone else on the council wish to make a brief comment? I do want to say again that I'm glad I'm not making the decisions about what's native and not non-natives, but because this is also an element to the design of a memorial, I think, you know, I still want to give a little bit of consideration, maybe not to the trees, but other things that might add an artistic element to the landscape. But that's not going to be included in the motion. So I think I'm going to reiterate the motion as it stands now, and then seek a second confirmation from Christina Medina Dirksen. So it looks like we have the body of the, I don't want to say it again, but the body of the motion, and please include Martin Luther King Jr.'s sculpture. And what we will have is at the end is to give staff direction to complete a financial comparison of artificial versus native or natural turf, and two, to have a revision of a native landscape plan, and three, lastly, to ensure the artist, Mr. McLean, be invited to the ribbon cutting ceremony. Does the second still hold?
It does.
Oh, we have a comment, Councilman Burnett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem. So if we are going to correctly address Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., I would also ask that we add his title of Doctor of Divinity to the title, please.
Yes, accepted. Does the second hold?
Is that not inferred with his title?
Well, we just have in the motion Martin Luther King, and we're going to add Junior. But I think we're saying that we should add would just Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., it seems like that's sort of an accepted way to refer to him. So Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Yes?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so why don't we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a unanimous vote. And we go on to the positive unanimous vote to the next item. And Mayor Delgado, you're going to take over from here, yes?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So staff, if you could introduce the next item regarding the Marina Equestrian Center.
Mr. Mayor, might we have a, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, yes,
may I be recognized?
sure. Go ahead, Christina.
Might we take a 5-minute break just before we start this? I anticipate it to be lengthy and I do have to take care of a little
Yes.
bit.
Let's get back here in 6 minutes at 9 o'clock. Is that okay for everybody, or do you want longer?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, see everyone at 9 p.m. on, just so we know when we have a quorum and appropriate staff to continue? Okay, we just need one more council member to join us and then we can resume. All right, Lane or Brian, would you like to start us off?
Mayor, members of council, this is an item regarding the concessionary agreement for the equestrian center, working up with the council action of September 7th. And where city council concessionaire agreement with Chaparral County Corporation. But there were 11 items in that resolution request that council look at and come back with amendments to that agreement. And so staff has done that, and we've conferred with Chaparral on those amendments to the agreement, and I will bear a presentation here. Okay, everybody's presentation.
Yes, it's not in slide presentation format,
thank-
but we can see it.
It is not?
Now it is.
Did it
Now it
change
is.
or ban? Okay, okay, thank you. So I'll go through each of those elements and how that's been addressed with the revised agreement that is attached to the staff report. Launching into that, first one was to give notice to the Marina Equestrian Association by the 10th of September to vacate within 90 days. Staff issued notice of termination of the operating agreement and notice to vacate on September 9th. And in that letter attached to the staff report, MEA was directed to vacate by December 12th of 2022. The second item was to visit and do an appropriate inventory of all items after the MEA has vacated. Inventories were conducted on September 16th, 2022 and August 15th of 2022, prior and after the last city council meeting and direction. Final verification of the inventory will be conducted closer to when the notice of vacation was required. And so just so we can verify that that inventory is accurate. The next one was to increase the base rent once the improvements are completed by year 2. That rent should be kept in line with some type of index and should never fall below fair market rental value after the first 6 months. So that's been addressed in the amended agreement attached to the staff report in section 6B2. And that provides that the rents would be adjusted annually by the consumer price index, an objective index of the increase of costs of doing various different types of business. The other request was to include historic preservation of the buildings to highlight their historic importance. Sections 9C and D of the amended agreement requires the State Historic Preservation Office consultation on all work on historic buildings to meet the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for rehabilitation of historic buildings. The second inventory that was conducted had a focus on historic elements in the buildings and fixtures, and that would be turned over to the concessionaire and to ensure that those elements are maintained. The next direction from City Council was part of the term 11D describes the responsibility of the city for improvement. The agreement should also describe improvements to be made by the concessionaire in detail and with the timeline. So there was some restructuring of the agreement and moving things together where they made sense. Section 11D was moved to Section 9A. Section 9B through E covers the work to be done by the concessionaire. And one thing that a little bit of history, the concept for the Marina Equestrian Park was first presented to the City Council in a joint meeting with the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission in April of 2019. At that time, Council directed staff to defer further development of those concepts until the concessionaire was brought on board to work with staff on the programming and types of changes to the park to bring forward for further approvals. So that's where it was left with that. City Council approved a budget for improvements to the Marina Equestrian Center in the amount of $850,000. And that timeline is tied to the commission or City Council review and approval. So that's kind of been addressed by previous City Council decisions and will be addressed in the agreement. Any changes recommended by the concessionaire have to be approved by the city, but city staff will work with the concessionaire to bring those recommended changes in the concepts for the park forward. The next request was to require prevailing wages for all building work within the concessionary area. Section 9C of the amended agreement requires prevailing wage. Next request was to include terms that envision that the parking lots will be usable by all park visitors. Section 1F establishes parking areas within the concession area under the agreement. And Section 2J requires parking areas to be available to the public, not to be used for storage. And also the agreement requires that the concessionaire submit any sort of parking restrictions to the city for review and approval. Next request was to ensure that the park will be available for volunteer-led events and encourage the participation of volunteers in park programming. Section 2H requires that the public has access and use of the park. And Section 2K of the revised agreement requires reasonable and good faith efforts to recruit volunteers. And next one was the agreement shall include a material breach term and action upon discovery of fraudulent activity. Section 25E of the amended agreement, draft amended agreement, defines concessionaire fraud in performance of the agreement as a default or material breach of the agreement and grounds for termination. Under Section 27B1. And council asks that staff return to City Council in 45 days with revisions to the agreement. It is on agenda tonight within this 45 days as directed by staff, our City Council. City Council further directed that on January 31st, 2023, Chaparral will commence concession activities. We looked at the draft minutes from the recordings. January 31st, 2023 seems to be what was stated. The draft agreement currently states January 1st, 2023. So staff will be seeking clarification on the minutes. And then there were some amendments or recommended changes to the draft concessionaire agreement.
Brian, just
We
point
were
of
working.
Brian, sorry, just point of clarification. Your second bullet, January 31, 2023, per the staff draft meetings for September 7th, you mean 2022 city council meeting, right? The first blue bullet there?
That would be the commencement date, January 31st of 2023.
Right, but then it says for the
This is from
September
the
7th.
September.
For the September
Yeah,
7th, you mean 2022, right?
yes,
Okay,
That's correct.
thank
yes,
you.
that is correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
great, thank you.
As we look through this, there were some provisions in the Marina Equestrian Center or Marina Equestrian Association operating agreement. As staff and the city attorney looked through this, that we felt would be appropriate to bring forward into the concession agreement. And those items were reservation of city right of access throughout the term of the agreement, hazardous material restrictions restricting the concessionaire or any sub-program of the concessionaire from introducing hazardous materials, prohibit.
So I think we've lost Brian. Lane, I think he was probably approaching the near end, but where would you like to go from here, Lane, as far as staff presentation? Oh, there's Brian.
Yeah. Brian, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. I don't know if you can see the presentation.
No, we can't right at the moment.
Oh, the presentation's
So
gone.
I'll just say, okay, so there's like 3 more bullets. Requires the fire protection plan. There's provisions for correction of destruction or damage during the term of the concession, and those were terms brought forward from the NEA operating agreement, and there's a force majeure clause in the amended agreement to cover things that are out of control of the city or the concessionaire. And with that, I'll turn it over to City Council with any questions.
Questions, City Council? Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. McMinn. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, in going through, Matt, I sent you a photo, if you're still with me. Here we go. In going through some, just, sorry, it's shower time around my house. And going through, this agreement, finding some vague language having to do with parking and particularly, when it came to what is allowed on site. Can you go to the second photo, please? My question is, what will be done to minimize this from occurring? If you can go to my photo, please. How often will,
Christina, I didn't see a second photo or a third photo. I saw one photo at the beginning, I think.
yeah, if Matt goes down, there we go. Okay.
Is this the second photo or the third photo?
This is the second one. Okay, this is a scene, and I think the concessionaire is here, and Mr. McMinn. This is a scene, I believe, from their San Francisco location. Is this what they envisioned for our location here in terms of living arrangements?
You know, I can say, council member, that, you know, in consultation with our building department and our planning department, that that would not be permitted, that it would have to be some sort of habitation that's acceptable to state guidelines as far as you know, prefabricated housing for people.
Can you
So
show
it
me?
would not be a, you know,
Can you show me where in that agreement that language is stated?
It's stated in that any improvements or changes are
I'm following along
required.
here. Which exhibit or which number? I'm following along.
So under 2J, parking shall be made available to the public.
I see.
9D, alterations and improvements shall not be made without the improvement city.
I don't know if these are improvements, but perhaps we can come back with some language that is quite clear that that's not allowable.
It's allowable under the current building code or city codes. There is no allowance for urban camping. It's just not allowable under the city, any city.
Okay, once again, if we could make it clear, no portable living structures allowed on it. I have a big problem with that. I'm going to go also to 8C, having to do with nuisance. Concessionaire shall not permit or be done upon the concession location any act or thing that God, I can't say this word. Constitutes, waste or nuisance, and agrees within a 48 hours of receiving written notice by the city. So one of the concerns that I have about waste is how often they will be. The article that you had the photo of talked about lots of animal manure, and what this concession talks about is a very lenient time frame. I think we need to be a lot more stringent about how often we expect waste to accumulate and to be picked up, because we are talking about possibly another provision here, toxic waste. It emotes ammonia. In that same vein of nuisance, one of the uses I saw here was, correct me if I'm wrong, overnight parking by RVs.
So, as far as waste collection, it's covered under an exhibit to the agreement. You know, they define that they will be submitting a manure handling plan. And, and also they're required to establish utilities. They're required to establish solid waste removal under the city's franchise agreement. So those requirements are in place. Parking of RVs, I guess if there are any references to that, I think we've tried hard to kind of scrub those from as far as overnight camping. So yeah, if you have a specific reference, please.
Okay, I will look for it. I will find it, and I think we should have strong language that that's not an allowable use. Speaking of your plans that should be submitted, including 8D, a fire protection plan. A safety plan for the use of the property shall be prepared within 3 months of execution of this agreement and prior to any occupancy. This fire protection plan, as well as the waste plan you were talking about and all the other plans, I would like to see them executed and in place prior to occupancy. Secondly, in that fire protection area, DE, it's very vague language about how many fire extinguishers. I'd like to know how many they plan, or at least suggest a minimum of 2 per building. That is the same type of wood out there that is burning up throughout Marina, and I'm very much afraid of that. Do you have any other language that specifies that can be more specific?
We will consult with our fire chief and chief the fire marshal as to requirements for fire extinguishers. Some of this language was taken from the current MEA operating agreement, and so that's kind of what's been in place.
Okay. Next item I have a question on that has to do with K. The concessionaire shall make responsible and good faith efforts to recruit volunteers to assist with concession location operations. From phone calls that I've made, this concessionaire allows volunteers only if they pay to volunteer. So I would like some language in here that says at no cost, as well as if there's some language in here of things that they're supposed to allow for our schools and children. Like, once again, making some phone calls, they have no such programs of free programs. Also on DE, acceptance of the premises. We have before us later on this evening, I'm not going to talk too much about it, but a lot of discussion about insurance for some scooters that are coming into our town. I would like to talk a little bit more when we get there about more insurance for them, particularly because of the concerns about asbestos.
Christina, can you form your
Ask my
comments and
questions?
questions at
Okay.
this time?
Can we require more insurance of them? And also, because if there is there a risk of transferring of asbestos from horse to rider?
It's two questions. Let's see if we can answer those, and then we'll continue.
Am I getting answers or not?
So I would say there's probably very limited, if any, possibility of transfer of asbestos from horse to rider. Asbestos is limited to materials in these locations, mostly to the mastic that adheres linoleum flooring to the floors, and horses are not in contact with those areas. We're very aware of those.
Do we know this for a fact? Because if we are boarding and including horses in some of these areas that contain it, I'm very, very concerned that we may not be able to waive that liability.
Horses will not be boarding in areas that have linoleum in there. The flooring would not support their weight. We're very aware of where that location is due to the reports from the Army before the properties were transferred to the city.
Next question I have is having to do with, I'm trying to find out where this falls. I thought perhaps under the non-discrimination clause of 12. What kind of recording requirements are in place if injury occurs? I'd like to know what plans. For example, this concessionaire's had a catastrophe at its San Francisco location and OSHA's on it. Would we be made aware if something like this happens? And what is the procedure for that as it speaks to this concession agreement?
I'm not an expert in OSHA or, involved in those investigations. Any injuries would be investigated. And, I guess we'd be privy to whatever information is released from those investigations.
Can we provide language in this agreement that says that they must report to us within a certain amount of hours an injury?
Heidi, are you able to respond to that? Because I think some of those things, I'm not sure if they're covered in the agreement, but it sounds like what Councilmember Medina Dirksen is asking is are there parts in the agreement that require reporting of accidents or injuries to us? And if not, can we add that?
Through the mayor, I was just looking through the agreement to see what the reporting requirements are, but we can certainly include those types of provisions. I know there are some requirements just because of the insurance and indemnification, but we can certainly add language. I'm looking through right now and I can't give an answer right on the spot.
That's okay. I looked through, I didn't see anything, but you're the expert. Last point is this is a question for our city manager. Have we received any funds? Have we received a deposit? Have we received anything of good faith moving to move this agreement forward? I know that a deposit was required. Have we received anything?
No, and was a deposit required?
Yes. Yes.
There was no deposit required
Let me give
under
me some
the
time. I can come
RFP
back.
or agreements.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, but
I thought it was. I'm sorry. I'll find it. I will go ahead and let our mayor ask some questions. Thank you.
Okay. Brian and Lane, are there representatives, Sue or other Sean of the chaparral? Are they going to have, if I have questions that they should answer, when should that happen? Later on, after staff answers questions appropriate for staff, or how do you want to work that?
it's probably best if you have questions that we can't answer, just pull up Sean or whoever on their team.
Yeah, Sean Mott and Sue Fennell are available, and the attendees seem to be promoted.
Right, so maybe Matt can move those over to the panel. First question, would it seem reasonable, Brian and Lane, if waste removal frequency was at least the same frequency that we've had there? Like if it was once a week or once every 2 weeks, whatever it was, can we maintain that? Seems like there was no concerns that I've ever heard about that frequency, whatever that is.
Yeah, I think we
that's
could do it.
reasonable, and it's
I think
it's
go ahead, Brian.
Other than yeah, it's also required under state regulations. So
Okay, I just don't know if the regulations get to the once weekly or, frequency, but we could just make sure it's at least not less frequent than we've been experiencing in the last, many years. And Brian, I asked you a question via email about whether there'd be horses stabled in the concrete buildings on the western boundary of the facility. That's a question that we'll wait to ask the representatives, as well as what benefits that they'll have for prospective volunteers to comply with the section 2K on page 5 of our exhibit A of our concessionaires agreement. I think that we've all learned that leases to the Water City Roller Hockey and the Marina Equestrian Association were too financially costly, expensive for those two lessees to comply. So we saw those two facilities degrade over time. And I'm wondering, I know there's a lot of new language that's been added to this agreement, but overall, my question is, what is different about this lease that staff thinks is reasonable for a for-profit lessee to be able to afford to pay for the cost to maintain the facility? I don't want to have a third failure like those other two, in that they just went to pot basically because they couldn't comply with the lease financial requirements to maintain the property. We, the landlord, kept saying it was their responsibility, so neither did we. So that's my question: is what's different about this lease that would result in a different conclusion than the prior two leases?
Well, I would say that's what's different is this isn't a lease. It's a concessionaire agreement, and the city retains ownership of the facilities to the extent that the structures, and we've already inspected them and identified any life safety code issues, ADA access issues that the city will address, and then turn it over to the equestrian, the concessionaire, and say, at this point, you're responsible for maintaining the interior, and and anything associated with the operation. I can't say I'm thinking of an in-depth analysis between the two, but it's the city retains the ownership of the structures for the most part.
Brian, I think I'm sorry, Mary. The other part with that I think addresses it is the other leases that we had, that there just weren't funds. And so we have a fund balance, both of NPS, and we've allocated park impact fees for facility improvements. Now those will be the concessionaire will talk about facilities or changes or improvements that they need. Those have to be approved by the city, and we'll be then making decisions on whether to allocate funding. So I think a major difference is there is now funding available, and then we will decide if they come in with a request, exactly which buildings or facilities and how we will make those improvements.
Okay, so I think I misspoke calling them leases. The two examples that didn't get the maintenance they needed also were concessionaire agreements. So is there language different in this agreement from those other two that we think we would get a different result? And Lane, I hear you saying that the city has money, and so that's good because we didn't have money invested very much in those other two concessionaire agreements. So is there language in this concessionaire agreement that's different than the other concessionaire agreements where we could expect this tenant to be able to afford the responsibilities they're given when it comes to repairs and upgrades?
You know, I think for the concession area, if it isn't related to the structure or, you know, the life safety things and ADA access that's required, the expectation is that it's maintained. There is a provision for them for approval by city, but outside of the agreement is what's been approved by city council as far as parks programming and improvements along those lines to kind of support the equestrian and other uses in the park.
Okay, so I guess there's not any different language. It's just a matter of whether we expect our expectations to be met here different than we had our expectations not met at the prior two concessionaire agreements. The language is basically the same, and the responsibility is basically the same, except for safety and ADA.
And I think those safety and ADA are just making sure the facilities are in a state to turn it over to the concessionaire.
Okay, so I hope this third time. Go ahead, Lane.
But I also think that Section 9 of the agreement, maintenance repair, kind of talks a little bit about that. So it said the city shall provide necessary upgrades and repairs to the concession location structural facilities that include, that provides a list of all those. And then that we'll do that in a timely manner with funding available to the city. And so I think that is something that's different from the previous agreements that we've said the city has that. Those are our responsibility. And as we have funding available, we can make those improvements and it lists all those facilities.
Okay, thank you. I see that there's a 365-day unilateral notice that either city or concessionaire can give before terminating, vacating the site, so to speak. And my question is there a penalty if the concessionaire pulls out due to capital reserves being drained? That is, they're not making a profit. Is there a penalty if they pull out without giving a 365-day notice?
I'm not positive. I'd have to double check that.
Heidi, have you looked at the severability clause to see if there's anything there that holds them to that 365-day notice?
Yes, Mayor, we have provisions in the agreement for breach. So if they vacated the premises, we do have a provision in there. If they abandon the property, it's considered a breach. And then we would have all those contractual remedies that flow from breach of contract.
Okay, so in summary, I haven't read it, but in summary, would it be legal pursuit?
So it basically requires the concessionaire to pay everything they would have up through that 365th day. as if they had been there. So if they want to leave earlier, they're going to pay the city for that time
Okay. All right.
under one of the provisions under the termination.
Okay. Uh, do you know how much the Chaparral concessionaire has in capital reserve if they're not able to make a profit that we think they'll still be able to operate? Do you know how much they have in capital reserve? You don't have to tell us, but I'm wondering if you know.
I can say that Kaiser Marston, when they looked at their finances and their balance sheets and their reports, what they told us was that they believe that there was sufficient capital reserves, that they had sufficient capital reserves for this. So I can't tell you what that amount was, but Kaiser Marston said that they had sufficient.
Okay, so if projections financially don't turn out to be as lucrative as they are, the projections are, do you think that implies that they have financial reserves to continue to operate even if they're not making a profit for a year or two or longer?
Yes, I believe so. That's what they look at as their capital reserves. Just
Okay. All right. Between you and Heidi Lane, how much do you want to get into the potential that's being discussed? And I don't recall Brian referring to it, but the staff report does, of potentially opening up a nearby facility that would allow long-term public boarding.
Yeah, I think as it's not really directly connected to this item, but I think it's important to them. That's why we put in the staff report that we would like some direction from the council. If there is an interest on your part to look at our adjacent property for private boarding to give us the direction to do that, and then we will move forward and work. Our intent would be to work closely with MEA first to understand what those needs would be. And I think they have a lot of experience. They can kind of give us some general idea on how much size and things like that. Then we would look at our property that we have available that's close by, adjacent to it, and get a sense from them if that property is workable. If some of that is endangered species, yet we would have to look at that, and we have studies, but I think we're just looking for direction from the council. If you're interested in that, then we want to move forward with that and pursue that as quickly as possible.
All right, not to delve too deeply into that because that's not the main topic for tonight, but since it's in the staff report, I want to mention the last time we met on this topic, the majority of council nor staff recommended finding out from NPS how much it would cost to purchase this property of MEC. So do we have any ballpark idea when you're thinking about sewage and electrical and water that are not currently available to the nearby sites? Do we know ballpark, back of the napkin, how much it would cost to open up a public boarding facility, and what the logic would be, considering that when last time we met, we didn't even want to ask the National Park Service the question of how much it might cost?
So I did ask them that question. We don't have anything written, but what they said is this: what they do across the nation. Because I said, if this is open space property, if we have it zoned and there's no utilities, he said that's not how they value property. They value it the highest economic value, and so I think you're looking at potentially millions per acre, and that's how they value property.
Okay, so do you have any back of a napkin ballpark estimate of what it would cost to open a new facility?
A new facility.
I mean, open a different facility.
I talked to a couple MEA horse owners, and I can't give you a dollar amount, but I approached it saying, just a basic facility to start off, and it didn't seem like it would be too complicated. So it could be, a couple $100,000 or less.
Is that a couple $100,000 or less per year?
For the capital improvements to make a a facility that they could use for private boarding.
Including the sewage and electrical and water hookups.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, we would, it would depend on the site. We'd have to look at it closer.
Sounds more like several $100,000 or $1 million, the way that we try to reasonably estimate costs. But okay, I'm getting a little too far. Let's go to council member. Thank you, Lane. Let's go to council member Lisa Berkeley.
Actually, I was going to make a motion, but we haven't heard from Mayor Pro Tem Biala or Councilmember Burnett, so I will wait on my motion until they have spoken.
All right, let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think at the end there, your discussion was getting way off track. If any discussion about an alternate facility, we definitely would have to agendize that and talk about it separately. I don't think that this is really appropriate for. It is listed in the staff report, but it seems like the level of detail that you were asking staff to explore was worthy of a discussion, but I think this is not the time for that. My second point, I guess, what I wanted to talk about was that the agreement itself, the concession agreement, the provisions in it that protect the city, that protect the public, I think are very, very adequate. I think they cover just the standard agreement that the city would have in such an arrangement would be more than adequate. I think with the funds, the National Park Service funds that the city now has access to develop this property would be fantastic. And we could really build out this facility to live up to its intended purpose. So I'm not that concerned that the concessionaire would be able to fund, those repairs, because my understanding is those repairs and those development issues are related to the city. That's what the fund is there for, to turn it into a usable facility that then the concessionaire can run a business from. So I think the line of questioning that went into the finances of the concessionaire are appropriate. However, I feel that the funding for repairs and development of the project is covered by the funds that the city will now have access to. So I really believe that the agreement covers the necessary
Excuse me, David, do you have a question? We're still in the question period.
Yes. So I guess my question to the city manager is that the language in the concession agreement, in terms of the provisions for default and non-compliance, are equal to or exceed what the prior concession agreement had, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the insurance that the city maintains to insure against losses from unanticipated events related to a concession agreement that we have in place would cover the city in the event that something would happen that we hadn't planned on.
Yes, our attorney has looked at those insurance provisions very closely.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
You're muted, Kathy.
Sorry about that. My first question is that since this agreement really portends a lot of additional development and an increase in the value of what's on the property, I didn't see any sections related to the security of the facility. And is that something that might be needed? I didn't see it addressed anywhere. I saw language about access of the public to the properties, but not in terms of security. I don't think that has, there's not going to be any fences, for example, right? It's going to be all open.
So, the provision in the agreement require that the park be open to the public as it has. We do have Chaparral County Corporation here. They have expressed that they would like to have an on-site caretaker to help with the security from the day to day. And, we kind of expect that proposals will come forward from them, how that's going to be. And so, the outside of that is, if damage occurs, and within the concession area, there are the requirements for repairs of that. So there's an incentive for the concessionaire to provide security. So that's kind of built into the agreement that way.
Okay, I'll think a little bit more on, there's sort of after the fact, if there's vandalism, if there's, whatever happening, then we have insurance to cover that. But I'm thinking in terms of being proactive. And so having security measures might be prudent. My next question is, I think,
Yes.
sorry.
No, the concessionaire has proposed having an on-site, and it's just a matter of, making the arrangements for that to actually happen.
Mhm. Okay. And then I didn't see anywhere any discounts for, let's say, Marina residents or veterans or any other groups that we might deem important. Is there any language there? I might have missed it, but I didn't see anything. Unless we're not having that. Maybe that's why I didn't see it.
Yeah, we just got to flip through a lot of pages here.
I know. Okay, while you're looking, I'll ask my next question then. One of the things that I think has been troubling in the past is the upkeep and of the facility itself. And so we have language in here about inspections, and we have we can inspect with or without notice, and at any and all reasonable times. But I also think that we ought to be proactive again and have regular inspections scheduled, whether it's random or not. But I would think that we do at least an annual inspection. And my question is, what are we inspecting? I mean, I would not be able to know, like, what is a poor condition on the equestrian center and what is acceptable. So do we have any quality parameters or a checklist of what we're inspecting or what we should be inspecting?
So, I know our previous recreation director kind of made frequent visits on the weekends just to kind of see how things were going. I would say it's probably at least an annual, maybe more frequent. And I think we can probably start with a baseline of where conditions are when they started, and maybe there are probably some standards as far as horse care and stuff that could be incorporated into those inspections on a regular basis. And I think some of that would be, well, yeah, it would really be on the city's side and the city obligation to perform that of reasonable frequency to ensure that the operations are, up to the standards of care and the facilities are being maintained.
Yes. And could the city generate such a list? Because even though we had inspections, apparently, lots of things kind of got put by the wayside, and we need to really quantify that.
I think there could probably some sort of regular inspection checklist that was developed for the city.
Great. Well, yeah, we might want to revisit that. I think so. Thank you.
And as far as what the language says now, for volunteers, it just says that under 2K, concessionaire shall make reasonable and good faith efforts to recruit volunteers to assist with concession location operations. So, if there are any recommendations for changes to that.
Yeah, and if that's related to my first question on discounts, I'm talking about
Oh, I'm sorry.
fees for whether it's writing lessons or whatever.
Yeah, your first question is, it's on page 138, section I. And what it says is, the schedule of prices charged for all goods and services shall be maintained. Fees charged for services provided by concessionaire shall be fair and reasonable so as to encourage participation by the general public. Fees are subject to review and approval by city manager or designee. So as we talked about that, we didn't really know exactly what we'd say, but clearly we want some type of fees or structure for those that can't afford it or whatever. We don't know what that is, but all the fees that they do charge, they have to be approved by me or a designee. So we'll absolutely be looking at their fee structure to ensure that we have the ability to meet those groups or individuals that can't do that.
But could we not put something in there about with possible preferential fees for Marina residents? I mean, that's pretty broad, but it feels like it should be more targeted. That's so broad that it could possibly never exist.
I'll let Heidi comment on that.
Well, we, through the mayor, the city is requiring a schedule of the fees, and it's subject to the city approval. This, other than a general conversation related to having the fees be fair and reasonable, so it would be affordable to the public. I haven't heard specific discussion about discount groups, but I mean, that's certainly something that we could discuss with the concessionaire.
Yes, because I know there's a PG museum and you get a discount if you are from the area. So, I know it's possible in, nonprofit museums. I mean, they ask for your ID, and if you don't live there, then you're not eligible. Or if you're, in Monterey County or whatever. So. Anyway. Okay, thank you.
So I think as we review that fee structure with them, we can certainly talk about preferential fees for Marina residents and for those who are unable to afford that, or at least discounts for those.
Okay, great. And I have another comment, but it's a comment. It's not a question related to the volunteer statement, so I'll reserve that till later. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen. You're muted, Christina.
Muted.
Sorry, so sorry. Mr. McMahon, I have researched these documents forward and backward, 36 page chaparral RFP and 124 page MEA. And in our RFP, I wanted to make it clear to you that there is a security deposit. It's on page 14 of the RFP, and it says, prior to commencing, let me form this in a question. Did you know that there was a security deposit required? And if not, would you like me to read you and cite you in the RFP where it belongs?
Please do read that. Thank you.
Okay. the RFP, page 14 says, security deposit. Prior to commencement of the terms of the agreement, the successful proposer must provide to the city a security deposit equal to 5 times the monthly minimum rent. This deposit will act as security for the faithful performance under the terms of this agreement. It also has city auditing information to it. We do require an audit. I'm not seeing that in any of these languages. The other thing I would like to, if I may clarify, Mr. Mayor, through you, a comment that was made about the 850,000.
Christina, yeah, you can go forward, but for right now, let's just get this first question answered. Was a security deposit required? Sounds like it is. Has it been paid?
I would say, yeah, we'll verify it if it sounds like it was required, and it should be incorporated into the agreement, and it should be paid prior to commencement of operations.
So with
If
that,
that is the case.
so perhaps with that, we might need to go back and take a look at, because there are terms in here that are inconsistent with what you're telling me. Another one, if I may point out, having to do.
Do it in a question, please, Christina.
Okay. This is for the city. This is for the city. A comment was made about releasing of funds. Mr. City Manager, the $850,000 for the CIP program, where did it originate from, and how long has it been sitting there? And is it or is it not from the National Park Service, as was mentioned by another council member? You're muted.
A fund balance has been built up in our National Park Service fund. And so the council has allocated in our capital budget some funds for that, also has allocated funds from our park impact fees.
It's from development fees, is it not?
The NPS funds are not from development fees.
If I may refer you to please the questions from a letter December 11th, an addendum to the request for proposals for the lease. It was a series of questions asked Mr. McMinn. And the question was, if I may I, through the mayor,
This is the time for questions.
May I clarify this? Where did the funding of the 850 for the CIP program originate from? Are there restrictions on its use? The answer is the city's budgeted CIP for site improvement is funded by developer impact fees to offset increased demand for recreation facilities. In accordance with state laws, the impact fees can only be used to build or repurpose infrastructure to support new or expanded recreation facilities, but cannot be used to pay for ongoing operational or maintenance costs. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, so as I talked about earlier, there's two separate funding sources. One was the National Park Service funds, which are not developer related. And then the other, as I said, was our park impact fees, which is exactly what you're referring to right there.
Okay, well, I
That
remember.
statement was correct.
It was
That
correct.
statement was not correct. It is the two funding sources for an approved document, the budget approved by the city council.
Okay, my last question has to do with my last question really quick, and this is clarifying what was included in our RFP process. Give me 1 second. Camping, per Mr. McMinn, same document, December 11th, said overnight camping is allowed on the property. May I ensure that we are all on the same page that it is not allowed, and that is written into this agreement? I can read you the, oh, here it is. May I, through the mayor, may I ask this? You're muted.
Let's stop just for a second, Christina, because you asked a question about overnight camping, and let's give staff a chance to answer.
And it is also on page 13 of the RFP, phase 2 of the chaparral agreement. Overnight camping is mentioned.
Mayor, we're going to need a motion to extend past 10.
Okay, I'll motion we go till 10:30. Is there a second, or it dies?
Second.
Okay, Anita, can we please have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Thanks for pointing that out, Lane and Anita. Let's continue, please. Councilmember Dina Dirksen, muted right now.
Thank you very much. Question number 10 pertaining to the answers through the mayor. It is pointing out that the answer was the entire park is available for programming. Overnight camping is a possible use within the park. The park is zoned open space, which allows for camping with an approved conditional use permit. Also, page 13 of the phase 2 chaparral proposal speaks to the RV park will be included in phase 2, as will be some other things we haven't even talked about here. RVs would have access to the bathrooms with a camping spot assigned. Other amenities would need to be discussed, but would include volleyball court, ping pong, blah, blah, blah. So I am just having questions about these things that are not spoken for in this concession agreement.
These were uses that were proposed at one point. There are uses that need to be reviewed and are subject to, permitting with the city. And in some cases may or may not require amendments to municipal codes restricting camping. But those would all be subject to city review and approval, and would not be approved in this current concession agreement.
So Brian, just to clarify, is there overnight camping allowed with RVs? Can the concessionaire live on the property in an RV?
Not currently, as I'm aware of. We scrubbed all those possibilities out of it. They're subject to future proposals and approvals. I know there's there are benefits to being able to park trailers for horses there. And as far as camping and stuff, that's subject to review and approval.
Christina, do you have additional input at this time?
I'm on
Muted.
mute.
Sorry.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Mayor, if you would entertain going to our 20 attendees before we make a motion so we can hear from the public before we decide to move forward on this.
Yeah, let's address that question. After once we're done here, I think that Sean Mott has been moved to be a panelist. There are some questions that staff said should be asked of Sean, or at least the concessionaire representative. So if we could get to those now. All right, Sean, welcome. Good evening. You don't have to turn on your video. It's up to you. But I had a couple of brief questions to ask. Can you confirm if you plan on stabling horses in those concrete buildings that some people have told us are not, appropriate for horses? They're on the western edge of the property.
Yes, we're gonna look to put horses in stalls that are appropriate for that, and if there's stalls that are appropriate for that, yes.
Okay, I'd like to ask staff a question regarding this. If the concessionaire wishes to stable horses in those concrete block buildings or stalls, can we first get a letter from a animal care facility that they are safe and humane to keep horses in those concrete block building stalls?
Lane,
Can you answer that question, Brian? You're so garbled, we can't understand your answer.
Yes, and let me kind of default to Heidi, but I would think that if the council wants us to get a letter from an approved horse veterinarian or someone, that we could certainly add that in there. Heidi, is that could be a problem with that?
No, I don't think so. I think that was the response provided earlier today.
Yeah, I emailed you and you said you weren't sure. We've asked Sean, so now we know it's a possibility. So that triggers the next question, which you've answered, that we'll get an okay letter from the animal care facility. Sean, what benefits does the chaparral plan to offer prospective volunteers to comply with that section that has been newly added to our agreement, that you shall provide reasonable outreach to try to attract volunteers?
We love volunteers. I understand Christine is trying to find a bunch of ways not to, have things work out correctly. If she calls the city of San Francisco, the city of San Francisco does not allow volunteers, just so that you can. The city of San Mateo might be a little bit different too. So just to call these things out, we're going to stay in the guidelines of what the city of Marina would like to see happen. Remember, you have a double-edged sword on a volunteer. We would love to have volunteers and have volunteers do everything. Well, remember, they have to be insured. There's a whole bunch of other things that have to happen to have a volunteer base. So just to say, oh, you have to have volunteers. Volunteers work great for us, and that's a wonderful thing. But they need to be qualified. They need to be helpful. So we would love to work with a volunteer base that's already there. We would like to work with a volunteer base that the city of Marina has. So, it sounds like, the answer is not quite clear for you, but come out, volunteer. Typically, we'll give you some education on site, keep you safe, keep you understanding what's going on, make sure you're hydrated, make sure you take a break, make sure you take care of yourself. There's a lot to just having a volunteer.
All right, Sean, let me restate my question differently. What benefits are provided at your other facilities that attract volunteers? What benefits to volunteers do you offer that attract them?
Okay, the benefit is that they can be around the horses. They can help out with the riding of the horses as soon as they learn and are helpful with the riding of the horses, exercising the horses. They get a benefit of the interaction with the horses and the public. Does that answer it better?
Yeah, that's a great answer. Do you plan on providing any free tours or free lessons?
Typically, the word free becomes a pretty hard thing to do. Somebody's going to have to pay for that along the way. And we're trying to put a business model together for you there. I think what you're losing in your free is there should be a nonprofit group that is working there with the museum. We're trying to find a nonprofit group to do that. Typically, there's a nonprofit group that's helping with your maintenance. They're helping with the volunteers. They're helping generate money. They're helping inner city kids. They're helping with the handicap programs. What I don't see here, and it's kind of the elephant in the room, where is your nonprofit group, your friends of your park, to actually make this work? You have a third, you have the city, you have a concession, but where is your nonprofit? That nonprofit group is supposed to help with the word free. And that,
Sean, the answer to that question, Sean, is that they're being evicted. That's where they are.
so you don't have anybody working in the museum or anything there yet?
Well, the volunteers that have been running the Equestrian Association for 25 years as volunteers are being evicted.
Well, we would love to have them stay on and work with us. How about that?
That's where it gets to the benefits. Okay. Yeah. Last question, Sean. What's going to happen with Star Riders? Are they stay and continue the way they are, or what's their future?
Star Riders, I understand, is the handicap program there. We've already contacted the one director there. He seems like he's a little spent on doing it. We want to have a handicap program, a special needs program. I guess maybe you're not supposed to say a handicap program. We want to have a special needs program. We want to have a Little Riders program. We want to have pony club programs, and we want to have inner city school programs come out there. what I want you to stay away from is the word free. We're trying to make a wonderful park for you. So we're hoping that the nonprofit will be part of the Star Riders, and we can help them promote what they're doing there. So we would love to have them stay there.
All right, thank you, Sean. Any more questions to the concessionaire representative before we move on to a motion and public comment, or public comment and a motion? Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lane, are any of the funds, the NPS funds, could we use those as sort of an offset for rides and things like that? I think you're muted.
I'm not positive on that. May have to check with National Park Service on that.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
It's not something we ever offered to the previous tenants. All right, let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. And unfortunately my pen died, so I don't know this. So I'm going to need some council members to help me with the amendments, or maybe Lane, you've got it. But that we adopt resolution number 2022, approving draft revisions for the concessionaire agreement with Chaparral County Corporation of Woodside, California, to provide recreational facilities and programs to the public at the Marina Equestrian Center Park, and to authorize the city manager to execute the revised agreement on behalf of the city, subject to final review and approval by the city attorney. And then, Lane, do you have the list of additions?
Yeah, so let me go through here.
I'll second that.
So there were questions about a manure plan and a fire safety plan. And so we can add that, our approval of a manure and fire safety plan. Insurance, I think we addressed the insurance, and also Embasia, our provider, also looked at the insurance, and they were comfortable with the insurance. On the deposit is already required by the RFP. I'm glad you brought that up. That will be required before the contract is executed, and so we will require that deposit. Talked about security. You talked about an inspection checklist. We would develop an inspection checklist.
I think we've done that actually already.
You talked about on our fee section to look at your preferential fees for Marina residents. You'd mentioned about the audit requirement. I want to double check with Heidi. Is that audit requirement already in the agreement, or do we need to add that to there?
Through the mayor, the audit provision from the RFP is in the agreement.
Okay. Then also a letter from a veterinarian or a qualified person about whether or not it's appropriate for horses to be in the concrete structure. And I think that is what I had. Did I leave anything out?
I think you got everything.
May I add
Kathy, we're going to recognize you in a minute because I know you had your hand up before there was a motion made, so you'll be given ample opportunity. Lane, on this motion that we're clarifying, did you mention that there's something in there that we would require the deposit that's been required but not paid?
Yeah, the deposit is already required in the RFP. It's already required, and so before we execute the agreement, they need to have the deposit in place.
Okay, let's go to Kathy. Unless Christina, you have a clarification to the motion that has been built.
I had some things that I'd written down that could be entertained into the motion.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Christina.
Proof of fire plan prior to taking occupancy.
We mentioned that already.
Is that in there?
Yes.
Yeah, so with our manure and safety plans, that included the fire plan.
Oh, and utilities as well. Proof of changing over utilities.
Okay.
No camping in this phase.
Utilities are included in the agreements as presented.
In that, Brian, the utilities must be paid by the concessionaire. Is that what you mean by being included?
I'm talking prior to
That's
taking.
correct. It defines which.
I'm saying prior to taking occupancy.
They would establish utilities when they take occupancy per this process that anybody goes through for establishing utilities.
So are we clear, Christina, that for them to pay for
We have tenants, and I just know sometimes those things go by the wayside. So I would like it in writing that it's prior to taking occupancy. Proof of utilities is in their name.
So Christina, you think there's a way they can pay for utilities as they are required to do so without having accounts with utility companies?
Yeah, they call and establish an account, and they show us that they have the utilities in their name.
I think that's kind of an assumption. I don't know that we, as I'm listening to Brian, I don't know that we need to add that.
I'm not assuming anything because I'm finding things that are not articulated.
We can certainly add.
Hold on, Heidi has something to say. Go ahead.
We do have a provision in the utilities through the mayor that says concessionaire agrees upon entering into occupancy to pay directly to the utility providers or the city.
Okay. Thank you. Last thing was the structures, any kind of habitable structures need to be to code. And then you already hit the audit requirement. Oh, and no camping. No camping in this phase or ever.
Well, so because I think the RFP talked about camping in this phase, there isn't, but when phase 2 or phase 3 comes back, I think those were discussions that we'll have at that point of whether or not the council wants to approve camping. One, the primary reason is right now it's not allowed by our city code in city limits. And so that would have to change in our city code.
So Lane, I think camping is people staying overnight. And I think one of the concerns is someone living on site for the concessionaire. And I think that's what we're trying to, is that included in the prohibition that we're talking about right now?
All that. I think there is.
We've conferred. Yeah, we've looked into that as far as requirements, as far as a caretaker on site, ancillary to the operation of the concession, the concession or the programs. Is admissible. It's not available to anybody in the public that says, "Hey, I want to rent there and live there," but it's ancillary to operation of the program, and would be admissible.
So are you talking one mobile home park? Are you talking a newly built building? What are we talking about?
No, it has to be habitation allowed under the building code. And it can't be an exception to what we have governing the cities, our building codes, our zoning codes, any of those. And so that it would be compliant with that.
Mr. Mayor, may I point something out?
Sure. Well, I'm sorry, we're going so far and Kathy's been so patient. Hold on to your thought, Christina, if you would,
It has to do
please.
with the caretaker. Thank you.
I feel bad that anyway, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Bial and then we'll come back to others.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my focus is again on the volunteers, and I think that sentence is a little awkward, to recruit volunteers assisting with concession location operations. But regardless of that, I wanted to ask Sean a question. Could you provide access to your premises for voluntary community events when it's not conflictual with your normal operations and with your management approval? So for example, the MEA did like a Halloween kind of festivity on the site before. Can those things happen with volunteer groups that at no charge to them, for example?
Yeah, we're going to be very open to working with nonprofits and volunteers. Your language there, I hate to, keep hitting the same thing on free. It'll be no charge. Typically,
yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't use the term no.
Yeah,
free.
Yeah, because just remember, it always costs somebody. And typically what we're trying to do is add to your park and add to your community. I really want you guys to understand, we're here to work with you to make this a wonderful park with your programs, with you, with the volunteers, with your nonprofit groups. I just so wish I wasn't perceived as your enemy. We're here to work with you.
Right. Well, Sean, I did not say anything about cost. Would you accept, and this is what I would recommend as an addition to the resolution, provide access to premises for volunteer community events when not conflictual with your usual operations and with your approval of your management. So
Yeah.
I didn't speak at all about cost. I would hope that you charge minimal, if anything, but that this statement is only about the volunteers being able to do special events if it's not conflictual with your business model.
Absolutely. That's what we're there for.
So then, Lisa, then I would like to see if I could add that language into your resolution.
Yes. I'm
Thank
fine
you.
with that.
I think, Mayor Pro Tem, I also wanted to point out, like those Halloween, and those events, those are really in the public part of the park. And so on the city end, we're going to be able to control that anyway, because that's the public access.
Okay, so it's really not Chaparral's area.
But in that area is, but I still think your point is a good point of adding it, because if there's other parts of the park that community group may want to need, and it works with them. And Sean said he's willing to do that. But I just want to point out that those events are in the public part, and those are city's going to retain the ability to continue to do those events.
I see. Yes. Okay. And sometimes there might be, as you're saying, that could be on the property of Chaparral. So it could be birthday parties or whatever, that
Correct.
come about. Okay. So thank you, Sean, for that. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But you're muted.
Let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Oh, that's fine from before. It's good.
Christina Medina Dirksen, did you have input?
I do, but you know what? I want to get to the public, so I will wait.
I'll motion that we go to 11 o'clock to finish this item.
I'll second.
Roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, we go to the public. Denise Turley, you're the one with your hand up. Thank you very much for being patient. And good evening. If you're having
Yeah, I'm sorry, had trouble unmuting. Two quick things. One thing, I heard everyone dancing around, and that was just to come out and say that volunteers are welcome. Long-term boarding with their horses aren't. The other thing, the other thing that I didn't hear was that anyway, I'm gonna skip and go to a very short plea. I counted over a dozen times that poor Brian lost his signal. Can someone help Brian boost his game, get more data, whatever it is, especially if he's going to lead a thing? It not only makes it longer, not that much longer, but it also, we lose our train of thought and we don't always get back to exactly where we were, and we have to back up or go forward anyway. So that's why I'm specifically asking for that item. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Crystal Giacomelli.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hi, City Council. Thank you for your time and effort and doing your due diligence in this matter. So I am glad that I have Sean's ears right now. Sean, my name is Crystal. I am just a member of the public. I no longer have a horse in Marina. My horse has moved on to Carmel Valley because of all of the, politics involving Marina. I was a boarder there. But I was also the treasurer for the Marina Equestrian Association for some years. And I just want to let you know, Sean, and I don't have a horse in the game right now. I don't plan on ever boarding back in Marina, but keeping the park accessible, watching the volunteers, and knowing the dollar amounts and the numbers, the true numbers that are involved in this, my comment is just, in 2001, the dumpsters alone, which there's only 4 dumpsters on the property, and they're dumped twice weekly. Those dumpsters alone, Sean, were $2,439.52 every month in 2021. The costs have gone up since I have left the board, and the costs have gone up in Marina just for waste removal. 2 times a week was the minimum to dump the manure. The flies are atrocious, and the neighbors do complain. Secondly, the water minimum $1,000 a month, upwards to $3,000 a month. We once had a leak that was $4,800 a month consistently. And that was in 2001. Now, 2022, I'm sure that it has gone up. I'm no longer the treasurer, so I don't follow that. And that's just those things. We also paid $1,700 a month, or continue to pay $1,700 a month for rent. So the cost to run that equestrian center is astronomically high, Sean, astronomically high, with literally zero help from the community when it comes to lessons. The lessons are pretty much low-cost families out there at this moment. I know Pebble Beach has permanently ceased their lesson program and their camps because they were not making a profit. That is Pebble Beach. They are 16 minutes away from Marina's driveway, and they have way better trails and arena and money just falling out the pockets of the residents, and they could not make a profit. That place is not, in my opinion, profitable. It is a nonprofit park. It will always be a nonprofit. You will never make a profit, in my humble opinion, because I saw the numbers and I ran them. So the people that are running that equestrian center, the volunteers, it is a lot of love and passion because everybody grew up there and has been there for decades. Also, I don't know if you've ridden those trails. They are dusty, tick infested, not maintained by the city. I have seen drug paraphernalia, heroin needles literally thrown at the crossings near the road that intercepts it. These trails are nothing that people are paying big money for. There is a trail company out there, and I know that they are not going to be probably doing trails either because it's just not profitable when you have Pebble Beach around the corner. Anyways, my question is, can we rescind the vacate notice to MEC until a contract is signed with Chaparral so the park does not become victimized to vandals, and we can continue the public programs in the meantime until the concessionaire is signed? And also, if you really want to have MEA with you, Can we put MEA on the contract with Chaparral and Star Riders? Can the three of them go into this to help the park succeed truly to its non-potential nonprofit status? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Crystal. Let's go to Barry Asquarosa. Welcome, Barry.
Hello?
Barry, we can
Did you
hear you
hear?
now.
Oh, okay. I would just like to say that my name is Barry Pasquarosa, and Christine Marie was my niece. And I would just like to say that Ray and Linda basically have a scholarship program that families can donate a little bit of money, but primarily everyone, we reach out just like the National Parks wants to people with special needs, the differently abled. We have the military coming in also from DLI, and we get a lot of input from them that we're helping the active military. They come over on the weekend and they get to volunteer, they get lunch, they get to ride, and it helps them in their emotional and whereabouts as they study. We also have the veterans coming in on Wednesdays. They come down from Palo Alto and local, and we have veterans of all ages from all sorts of trauma going through. We have teens coming in and just a wide variety of people. And I would just like to say that I really feel that the Equestrian Center does a lot of outreach, but especially through Christine Marie Star Riders. You know, for the last 20 years, we've been doing it correctly. And, you know, our horses are there to serve the people and help people of all different, you know, we have adults with multiple sclerosis, Alzheimer's. This is some of their best days when they come out. So I just want you guys to be aware that you know, there is an organization. We do get grants and donations, and we basically fulfill our way of helping the public, and we do it ourselves. And with the and the community and reaching out to the community. So I just don't want all those people to be forgotten, and it's so necessary because they're, you know, the military students from CSUMB do their active learning or their internship also for whatever they're getting into. We just cover a lot of people. So I would just like to say that please keep us in mind and keep all the valuable work that's being done to keep going with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak at this time before we close public comment? Let's go to Nicole Fisher. Welcome.
Hi there, City Council. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, I've just been making notes, so this is just in bullet point form, no real speech. So I'm wondering, why would volunteers want to volunteer for a for-profit corporation, and what is that draw? The MEA has paid rent for over 20 years. Where have those funds gone? And are they part of the NPS funds that are now going into the facility that's being offered to Chaparral? What fees are going to be charged to members of the public who wish to use the facility in the future, i.e. Pony Club? I am the local district commissioner of the local Pony Club. I'm also a Pony Club instructor, as well as the nonprofits and special needs programs. What fees are going to be charged to them? As of October 15th, the city was supposed to provide us with a list of their inventory that they have. The MEA has provided the city with our inventory. The October 15th date has come and gone. MEA is very fair. We're not going to take anything that doesn't belong to us, but I just want to make that stated that we do have an inventory. It's been provided to the city. Will the grounds still be available to the public once the MEA leaves and until the new concessionaire moves in? And who will maintain that property between now and then? Especially because there's brand new houses right across the street with manure buckets that might be overflowing and trash that's picked up daily by the MEA members. The MEA has done events in the past with their own volunteers and horses and on their own dime. Why is the city now wanting to conduct their own events at this facility when they never have in the past? And why are they willing to chime in now with some dollars? The MEA has been giving a discount to star riders for special needs and veterans programs for keeping of their horses at the facility, as well as we also gave a discount to the trail riding company that was conducting business in conjunction with the MEA in order to help them to achieve their goals and to provide their services and services in alignment with the goals with the city to provide public activities. We didn't want any profit sharing. So I just wanted to point all of that out to what we have been doing, what we are willing to still do. If there is any facility that the city wants to talk to us about, the MEA is interested. I personally am not interested in doing any activities with the city to help for any for-profit concessionaire make a profit off of a boarding facility. So if that's what I'm being asked to do, I will cut that tie right now. But if it's for the MEA and for our members, then I will absolutely help. I've managed facilities before. I have an animal science degree and am absolutely willing to help. Thank you.
Thank you for everything. Let's go to Jeff Markham. Good evening, Jeff.
Good evening, Mayor. I'd like to just talk to the community more than the council in that we've been given a gift in this Marina equestrian gift. And we've been fighting about it so much that I think we're losing the fact that we could actually lose this facility if we don't work together, if we don't work with the concessionaire that we've chosen, which is mandated by the Park Service. That we're tearing this facility down by fighting, and I would like to encourage us to just accept the situation and move on, because fighting together actually tears this facility down. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, we're going to close public comment. Questions. Why would volunteers be coming back? And we heard from the representatives of Chaparral that it would be to be around horses, to learn how to ride them. There were several reasons given. Where did the funds go that were paid by MEA? They went into the NPS fund that is being used to manage the facility and pay staff in the past for their contributions to the facility, which some people would question, but that's where they went. It was partly to pay staff, partly to maintain the facility in ways that the city did. Although some would argue we didn't do a lot, but that's where the money, some of the money went. And a lot of that money is still there and will be spent in the future on the property. As far as what fees will be charged to Pony Club and other nonprofits, Lane, do you want to answer that or turn that over to Sean?
In the agreement, any fee that is charged has to be approved by me, and so if the Pony Club want to do that, I think that's something they would have to work with Sean, and we'll see what type of fee arrangement is appropriate. Sean, do you have any more to add to that?
Yeah, when we work with public agencies, we're not allowed to gouge the public. We would never do that, and we're here to make things as affordable as possible. And I just want to make sure you guys understand, part of what we do and is a maintenance fund to keep those arenas going, to keep your fences fixed, to keep that business going. So we absolutely want to be reasonable with all our fees. We would never ever price gouge or take advantage of a situation.
All right, next question was to the city. Did we provide the October 15th deadline required list of inventory? Where are we on that?
We've done 2 inventories. We have the inventory from the MEA. I still need to review that in light of the inventories at the beginning of the operating agreement. And so, yes, we will follow up on that.
I think the question was, did we miss an October 15th deadline? And by when will we get the inventory list to them?
I'm not sure there was a deadline per se. You know, they provided it. Staff with our available resources, we will review it and get back to them. It just didn't happen prior to this meeting.
Okay, Lane, do you know if there was an October 15th deadline or agreement?
I'm not positive. So the question, was there an October 15th deadline for the city to provide an inventory to MEA?
Or to respond to the list of inventory that they provided you so they could remove the things with approval from you by October 15th?
I'm not positive. If Heidi or Brian would have to answer that.
You guys can connect with Nicole because she stated that, but maybe she's incorrect. But it'd be good to go ahead, Heidi.
Through the mayor, I think that's part of the notice of termination, and it has a provision that it cites the agreement with MEA and that the city has the option to require MEA to remove any or all added improvements, and the city will notify MEA no later than October 15th. I think that's what Ms. Fisher may be referring to.
So does that mean that they can proceed then because we didn't provide them that November 15th deadline information?
Mayor, I'm not sure I understand the question. What do you mean they can't proceed?
October 15th is passed. So can they do the next steps because we didn't give them the October 15th information?
I think the city can still provide the information as Brian indicated. I don't think that, I guess I'm not understanding the question. I mean, the city was supposed to provide it, and as long as they provide it so that the parties understand what's going to remain at the property, that should be sufficient.
Okay, I'm not sure either, but it sounds like there was an October 15th deadline for a purpose. I'm not exactly sure what the purpose was, but the deadline didn't result in anything going from the city to the MEA by the deadline. So whatever the purpose was, can that purpose proceed since they didn't get the October 15th information?
I think from the
Was the
big
requirement that
Can I, as the person who made the
Excuse
motion?
me, Lisa, that we're asking staff for this, so let's let
So,
staff answer.
I think the issue here with that October 15th is they wanted to be able, MEA wants to be able to move with taking away things that they added or to those facilities. And so they wanted city to get to them by this date of these things, these are on our inventory, these things you can go ahead and take away. If the city hasn't gotten to them, then they probably can't take away any things on that inventory. And so what I think is, Brian, we really need to allocate time to go through that inventory, sit down with Nicole or whoever, and let them know these are things that you can go ahead and take away.
So we missed the deadline and we're asking them that we agreed to, and we're asking them to wait beyond the deadline before they do what the deadline would have allowed them to do.
Yeah, but I think
Just to be
at this point, because we didn't say they could take anything away, I don't think they can take any of those things away right now.
So since we missed the deadline, how long should we expect them to wait for us to get the information that we agreed by October 15th?
That's a good question for Brian.
that's a very good one, because, yeah, I'll see what it looks like tomorrow morning. It's been on my desk for since last week, and yeah, I intended to get to it before this meeting, but there are a lot of demands on staffs, so we'll get to it very shortly.
Okay. All right. Will it be operated as a public park before January? In the meantime, when there's no concessionaire?
Brian, are you going to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if I'm frozen or dropped from this Zoom meeting. You know, it's still a city property, so you know, the city's going to have to manage and make sure that you know no vandalism or inappropriate things happen on that property before the concessionaire takes possession of the property, or that things happen to the property that aren't in alignment with the agreement of what we said we were provide the concessionaire when they do assume operations.
Okay, I'm just going through the questions, would the city entertain continuing the MEA's occupancy until the new concessionaire took over? Or does the city intend to sever and leave the facility without a concessionaire until the new concessionaire takes over?
You know, I think, you know, we're at the point where council's directed certain amendments to the agreement, the approved draft agreement for the concessionaire. So, you know, I think it's kind of what the direction is from city council. The notice to vacate has been issued, and so come December 12th, you know, MEA is required to leave, and the city will have to maintain that until the new concessionaire assumes operations.
Okay, thank you. And the last question I had written down was, why would the city chime in now with dollars and city events support that they didn't do before? And I just want to say that water's under the bridge. I don't think we need to go there, but we tried to get at that in previous meetings. Did I miss any questions that others may have noted? All right, let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Yeah, I was just going to call for the question.
Okay, there's a call for the question. I had some additional comments and Christina has a hand up, but let's call for the question. All those in favor of going to a vote now without further discussion, please say aye. Well, can we have a roll call, please, Anita, for that called question?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
No.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Potem Biala,
No.
Mayor Delgado.
Okay, please proceed. Councilmember Lisa Berkeley, if you had any other input this time.
Nope, that's it. I just think we need to move forward on this because we're continuing to make amendments, and the deadline is upon us. And I think with the changes that we've made already, I think that we should just be moving forward.
All right, Christina, Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for everybody for their comments. As to a deadline, this is a self-imposed deadline. Most recently, I received some communication with Mr. Sigenthaler that this was not something that was drop dead has to happen. There are too many questions here. And going back to the agreement of moving, it's in your request for proposals questions. We talked about removal of panelings and inventory, and there is a process in place. I'm having a bit of problems with, I understand our staff is overworked, but I'm having a bit of problems with a lot of holes and not a lot of answers here. Because we have not come to this completely prepared, I don't think that we should be able to, we don't even know that there was a deposit to be in place. I think it would behoove us to ensure that this is going to be workable before we allow an eviction to occur. These are big animals, these are horses, and the worst thing that's going to happen is that they move out, and guess what we have? We have transients, we have people that are not on the property. I wanted to clarify with Mr. Mott so he knew, we currently have a caretaker and his name is Curtis. And Curtis comes every single morning and stays till every single night. And you know what he does? Is he does it for free. That's what he does. Curtis is my unsung hero there. He lives in the community and that's what he lives for. So I think if we're making the MEA have a person in our community, I'm sorry, a volunteer do this, it behooves us to not allow any sort of camping or structure on place. The MEA has been able to do this for years. So I just want to refer back to the December 11th addendum to the RFP. A lot of the questions that we're asking, and we're getting double answers here or unclarified answers. I don't want to say anything, but Heidi Quinn, perhaps you should go back and read some of these things, because many of the things that we're unclear about have been decided in these historical documents. So if there's some gray area, they're crystal clear to me that this is not a complete concession agreement, and we are entering into something that has way too many holes in it. Specifically, the self-imposed deadline. Mr. Siegenthaler has said, and I have it in writing, that they're not going to pull it from under our feet tomorrow. I think it behooves us, if we're going to get into a long-term relationship, to do our homework. Mr. Burnett spoke about some financials. The only financials I've been able to see have been an unsigned 2019 a tax return. So if Kaiser Marsden is going to tell us this, fantastic, but I've not seen any evidence that is going to give me any kind of credibility, specifically knowing the financial situation and the legal situation that this company is in. I think we're making a huge mistake. I think that the self-imposed deadline, there is no urgency here. We're evicting volunteers. Miss, what is her name? Miss Fisher had a good point, and so did Mr. Pascarosa. These are volunteer driven. Our community is based on volunteers. And that's because the nonprofit organizations like the Friends of the Marina Library, like Marina Youth Arts, we are based on volunteers. So a for-profit company coming in here and expecting people to work for free, I might as well go sign up for a shift tomorrow, either at Walmart or Starbucks. So that being said, I've got a lot of holes here, and I think that it behooves us to take some time to readdress this, make sure they can come up with a deposit, and perhaps the deposit is concurrent with the eviction notice. I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we rescind the eviction notice with the understanding that it will come back into play when the concessionaire has come to the table, making sure that what we want is on the table. Because right now we have nothing. We have no money, we have assurances, and we have I'm not entirely convinced that this is actually going to come to fruition, listening to Miss Crystal share what the financials are. Once again, this 36-page concession agreement was from 2021. Things have changed dramatically since that time. I appreciate Ms. Fisher coming to the table and asking if others can come and utilize the property, because this 11th hour Hail Mary, perhaps there's other properties that you can use. I think it's a little too late. We should have been entertaining this sooner, and we should have been asking these hard questions sooner. Volunteers are unpaid, and I don't believe that you're going to find, if you already haven't, you've had more than a year to look into volunteers. And if I have to talk to Mr. Pascarosa and let him know this conversation is happening tonight because Star Riders doesn't know about it, you got a problem. So I'm sorry, I cannot support moving forward with this because I've got too many questions. The caretaker issue, the volunteer issue, and other places, and I did call your location in San Francisco and did ask about volunteering, and you have to pay to volunteer there. I did call and ask if there was programs for students. My brother's a teacher in the San Francisco Unified School District, unheard of. And you did make these promises in your presentation to us. And if anybody has a question about that, I'll link it because it was there. Secondly, the inventory issue, we came to the table not prepared and actually I'm a little dismayed that as a rec commissioner, I was not invited on some of those walkthroughs, whereas a member of our community who has not been there for years was. What else? There has been no plan to address emergency evacuations. We've got fires, we've got floods here, and nowhere in this concession agreement does it say that we're going to be working with SBCA, the county, or whoever it is, if in fact we're called to action. In fact, my documents had the agreement and the resolution to go ahead and work alongside, I believe it was SPCA, and I kept that together. Second thing was just the questions about the next steps. There's just too much vague here. The fact that a deposit wasn't even on the table and recognized, I just feel like we don't have enough information here to move forward with this. So if my amendment to ask for a please rescind the eviction is entertained, I'd appreciate that, citing no time of the essence. And secondly, we've not seen a dime from the people that we're going to go into business with. Thank you.
All right, that's a request to the motion maker for an amendment. Is it rejected or accepted?
To rescind? Is that the question that you're asking?
The question is to rescind based on the fact that we haven't received any money, the fact that we will turn this into an eyesore pretty soon, and the fact that we have not done our due diligence in coming up with an inventory, which was highlighted in the addendum to the RFP, which spelled out what was going to happen with the inventory process.
Right. So no, I'm not going to accept that addendum or change to the motion, because as the person who made the original motion a couple of weeks ago, the October 15th was actually not a hard deadline that was incorporated into the motion. So I don't feel any need to work around with that. And I disagree with a significant amount of what you've just said, including though that it's not the city's job to determine who the concessionaire is going to partner with in their work. So no, I'm not going to accept it.
It is our decision. That's what we're here for. We decided on a concessionaire, and next steps is this agreement. So I'm sorry, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just want to correct that statement. What you just said was unfactual.
I'm not going to get into a runaround on this. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so Christina, your option is to motion everything that was on the table plus your amendment because your amendment was not accepted.
Perhaps I make another motion on the table then.
And what is that motion?
I make a motion that we rescind a eviction notice based on the conditions of taking occupancy that are met by the concessionaire. The concessionaire is looking to occupy by January. My motion states that should they not be able to make their deposit by December 31st, my motion is that we just rescind our eviction to be timed with deposits that are due and other conditions of occupancy.
Okay, so I understand you're trying to extend the occupancy of the current concessionaire until the new concessionaire either signs the document and inks the deal or occupies the property. Which of the two are you aiming for?
Inks the deal with proof of payment, particularly with a proof of payment of the
Mr. Mayor,
deposit.
we're approaching the 11 o'clock deadline. Could the motion to extend to 11:15?
I'll second that motion. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Thank you. That's 5-0 unanimous. Lane, do you think it's wise to extend the current occupancy until the new firm is inked?
Extend the, I think it all depends on council. If council approves the agreement, then we'll move forward with the executing of it, and we'll require that deposit be in place before we execute the agreement.
So when would you expect the agreement would be inked?
If as soon as council approves it, we would require them to put forward that deposit.
And then you'd have a signed agreement at that time?
Correct.
And that could happen within a few days?
That potentially could happen in a few days.
And an inventory.
Yeah, I think Brian said earlier he would get to it as soon as possible, maybe even tomorrow.
I'm sorry, do we have a second for the substitute motion? Because you guys are having discussion about it.
Yes.
We're trying to clarify what
Marina.
the motion was. So, Christina, if you want to make a substitute motion, can you now restate it?
Yes, I motion that we rescind the eviction and that it be timed with receipt of deposit and other proof of requirements for occupancy. That is, you know what, I'll keep it at the deposit. Paid.
I'll second, just so I can ask you to amend that. If you could replace the word rescind with the word extend, extend their occupancy until such, then I think that would cover the gap.
That's fine.
Okay, so I'll second that. So we have two motions on the floor. They're very similar, except that the second one, the substitute motion, extends the eviction notice to not take effect or not require them to vacate until we have a signed document and a deposited deposit, paid deposit. Okay, so two motions on the floor. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett and then Mayor Pro Tem Yola.
Mr. Mayor, this is really a point of order. The original motion that Councilwoman Berkeley put forward was to call the question. And my understanding is a call of the question is non-debatable. And so you should have gone immediately to a vote on the motion.
What's non-debatable is the call to question. So we immediately went to vote on the call to question. It failed. So
No, the call, you can't vote on a call of the question. I mean, that's
that
not
is the process. When the call is the question, you don't end anything until you have an agreement by a majority of the council to call the question. The call to question is a request.
We used to
I
do it
recommend you
differently.
restudy the parliamentary procedure. That is not
Great,
the proper
David.
process.
That's fantastic, David. Let's ask our legal representative Heidi Quinn to answer the question. Did we follow the call to question process correctly?
Mayor, that's what I've been trying to track because there was the call for the question, which I understood to be akin to the motion to close debate. Is that correct?
Yes.
One member of the council cannot require the other four members to stop talking without a vote. So we had the vote, it failed. So we continued discussion because there was not a majority.
The purpose of the motion, Mr. Mayor, is not to end debate.
Please wait till you're recognized, David. This is the way we've been doing calls to question for many years.
And it's wrong.
Not true. It's not true. I've called the question before, and when Kathy first got on council,
Lisa, you're
she
out of
was in
order.
shock.
David, you're out of order. Please raise your hand and you'll be recognized. David, go ahead, please.
I'm just pointing out the fact that your understanding, your interpretation of call of the question is not correct, Mr. Mayor.
Well, this is how
the purpose of the
agencies...
call to question, I'm speaking, please. This purpose of the call to question is after an extended debate, call the question is to end debate and to vote on the motion. Otherwise, this will just go on forever, which is what you're trying to do, trying to run out the clock and not have the motion voted on.
So the point of order is not well taken. We have processed the call to question properly. Until Heidi Quinn, our legal representative, tells us differently, I've read it over myself and I follow it exactly as I've read it. And now other agencies do it as well, although some don't do it that way, but I think they're incorrect. But anyway, that's the response to your call to order. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biola.
This is shameful.
You're muted, Kathy.
I do believe you have the correct Brown Act, the Robert's Rules order for call for the question. So I agree with you on that. And so I think that was done correctly. So my comment right now is on the substitute motion. And I just want to remind everyone, the reason why we did the eviction notice was to comply with the NPS letter from Mr. Lynch. And so it's not, to me, a negotiable thing at this point if we are doing this whole thing because we're trying to be in compliance with NPS. So I would not support that. I don't think that we can condition that at this point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
If it fails, it fails. I just wanted to say, since we can say these things in open session, is I do have wording and communication that says otherwise. Time is not of the essence, and they are not going to pull it out from under us if we don't do this. The fact is that if we move forward with things, which we are doing, that is enough to supply it, placate them. Last December, they told us, like, you better do this. And it's, what are we? Today's October, and we're finally moving forward with something that would placate them. And that I can guarantee you. So giving, I don't want to have to convince you otherwise. If that's what you believe, fantastic. But I just know that I have been on this. I know this RFP inside out, and I know every communication that has been made. And that is my position, and I will stand by it, that we are doing a disservice by not having our ducks in a row before kicking out a community and horses. And we don't even know if this is going to work. So that is my position, and I stand by it. I just need to be trusted.
Okay, what I say now is relevant to both motions. This is nothing to disparage you, Sean. Out-of-town for-profit agency cannot make this work the way that volunteers have made it work, because you have to, the concessionaire has to, for-profit, has to pay staff. And we all know that labor is the biggest part of any budget. There is not the market. And to make this work the way that the projections are overly rosily projected, and that although I agree with, I think it was Jeff, that we need to come together here, at the same time, we, the council, are responsible to make decisions with our eyes open. And we have been down this road before that ended up kicking out two of our two largest community volunteer groups have basically been evicted. And so we are in a weakened position when it comes to volunteers, and it was already getting harder due to the world stress of finances, et cetera, especially in our area, to recruit volunteers. So we have volunteer groups, longstanding, that are having trouble staying viable. And we've kicked out our two single largest volunteer groups, or at least we were about to kick one out tonight, the second one. So I think this whole arrangement is going to fail, not due to Sean's unwillingness to make it succeed, but the marketplace and the requirement to make a profit for Sean to stay here is not going to work out, in my opinion. And I think it's borne out by the people that know the most about the market, that are beginning free lessons and free tours. Those are going to go away because you don't make a profit to pay staff by giving free tours. And so the prices that we've quoted in the response to the RFP were much higher than we've done here in Marina. And so because we're going to price out most of Marina's working class ability to pay larger fees than they've been paying at the Equestrian Center, I am very much opposed to going ahead with this. But I'll end there because I at length spoke to these points in previous meetings. But that's going to be the thinking behind my upcoming vote. Okay, Anita, if we could have a roll call vote first on the substitute motion.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
No.
Councilmember Berkeley,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
No.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. That motion fails with Councilmember Christina Medina and myself in favor. Let's have a roll call vote, please, Anita, for the original motion.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
No.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
No. Thank you, everyone. That motion passes 3-2 with Councilmember Medina Dirksen and myself dissenting. Thank you, everyone, for being patient with the extensions tonight, but I think they were well worth it. Have a nice evening, everyone. We are adjourned.
We still had one more matter.